So before we go to the Resonance Archive, I'm not sure. Did Renegade say he was going to be here today,
Well,
or if he was going to be late?
Discord, he was playing.
Well, yeah, you can do that. That's a kind of like an idle game. That's a mobile game, I think. Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, he didn't say either way. So I'm suspecting he expected to be here, but maybe something got to him.
Well, yeah, so he might be late. There could be any number of things that would cause him to be late, but.
Oh, that's right. We were going to do that, weren't we?
But yeah, one of the things we want to prep is food. So, like, prep up some pies. I don't know. I think pies would be, because pie slices stack, I think.
Yep.
Pretty sure. So, if we all had like 2 pies worth of slices in our pockets when we go, that should be more than enough food for the amount of time it's going to take to sort of explore that whole thing. Because we cannot, while we're there, we cannot place or pick up or break blocks. So we couldn't bring a bunch of crocs and place the crocs underground because it's all claimed area.
Yeah, I'd say cheese slices and peanuts or cured meat. Cheese slices last a very long time, so we'd have a long time where we could.
Oh yeah, I guess you have been curing. Oh wow, that's a full stack of cured. 9.5 years, nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of meat in there. That sounded creepy.
That's what she said.
I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, because I definitely want to do the archives, and then this has all been torn down. Everybody tore this down. Us, I think, tore this down yesterday, and because we've updated the mod. I worked this week, and do I still have my little post-it note? I think I threw it away. Did I throw it away? So I had a little post-it note with all my there it is. With all my to-do list, right? So my post-it note with all the bugs that we found on Saturday last week, they've all been crossed off. All of those bugs have been crossed off. Now, whether or not they're actually fixed, that's to be seen. But I did a whole lot of work on all of the things, right? So I poked at the wire renderer because the wires that were rendering were actually pulling when it okay, how do I put this? When it built the shader to render the wire, the values, the default like lighting values that it was pulling from, you give it a coordinate. You give it coordinates of the block of like where should I look to see the wire, like the lighting value. Like what is the lighting value? And the coordinates that it was pulling from was 000, which is the farthest northwest corner of the map down at Mantle. That's, for some reason, that's where they defaulted. And the code that I used, that's the value. And so rather than that, I now use basically the player's camera position. So when it renders the wires, the lighting, the default lighting that it uses is the play, like what the light is at the player's camera position, and that's how it lights. So that was a fun bug to fix. Diving into that code. Machine animation clients, I've sort of fixed that. There's still a couple machines that are bugged. Namely, the LV generator is still bugged because the LV generator, it differs from the regular machines in that it doesn't have recipes, right? It just burns stuff. And so the system that I built to turn the animation on and off doesn't really translate well to the generator because it doesn't have a recipe that it's crafting, nor does it know when it's done crafting a recipe. So there's still a couple bugs there that I have to iron out. The generators mysteriously getting power even when they're empty, that should be fixed. That bug was very interesting to run across and finally realize what was causing it, because I was debugging the electrical network over and over and over again with multiple generators, and I never ever saw a generator accept power via the electrical network, right? So I was like, where is this power coming from? Well, it turns out the LV generator is a evolved version of the test generator from a year ago. And the test generator existed before wires existed. So to test the power distribution, the test generator, you were able to place next to a machine, and it would be able to push power into the machine without any wires. So it basically looked at all four of its neighbors, and it would push power to any neighbors that were compatible. And that is what the generator was doing. When you had a row of generators right next to one another, it was looking at the generator next to it and actually pushing power into it. Because that system was very, very old code, and so I went through and I did a second and third pass. It still will distribute power to neighbors, but now it's very, very restricting on who accepts that power. Right? You can't. Not just any machine will accept that power. So that was a fun one to run down. Relay block connections. That I think is fixed. Let's actually verify that. I put in the Omni attachable Duvalaki here, so it should. Well, let's do it. Yeah, let's do this. Do up here and down here, and then I'm gonna go.
So what equipment do we need?
For the Resonance Archive,
Yeah.
no real equipment. I mean, obviously bring your
good
sword with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring some. Hey, look at that! It works. So that's been fixed. Honestly, that's the first time I've tested that change, so the fact that it works is a good thing. What's interesting about this is it only ever actually looks, if I go even smaller bit here, it should only look at those middle four, right? That's only what it should look at. No, it's being icky. Okay, well.
I don't need a pick, do I?
Shouldn't.
Okay,
so that's a bare minimum. That's fine. And then all of the other relays have the same footprint, so they all have the same one. So now you can actually place them kind of like they would appear on poles, right? So that should place something just like that. So fun times there. And let's put that one there. Okay, so let's place these back down. The reason why we picked them up is one of the changes I made is I sort of rejuggled and refactored some code and made it possible, or basically every machine, right, had its own block type. And the only reason they had their own block type, literally the only reason, was to customize the text that you see when you look at it. So when I place all of these down, you can see the text at the top of the screen, right? So that text is a custom call in the code, and the only reason they had a special block type was to customize that text. Well, what I did was I stripped that out and made it generic to the block entities. And then the block, the generic block, which is just electric block, I added some special code in there so it always grabs the same function. And no matter what machine you're looking at, you're always going to be calling that same function. You can't override that if you want to have a custom. So the LV generator is the only machine that customizes that call, because it is because of the neighbor, right? It's trying to detect neighbors, and that's unique of all the machines right now. It won't be soon enough. But I should be able to grab the table saw, grab the kiln, grab the crusher, grab the thingy. I don't even know. This was the sawmill, I think. This was the crusher. Okay. This was the kiln. This was something, I don't even know what it was. And then this one probably was possibly maybe the extruder. Now, LV diecast. Yeah, and apparently there's a bug with the nails and strips mold. I can verify that. Put that back in there. That might be a bug with the actual recipe. And then this goes in here. And then I need to wire all this stuff up. Grab some wire, and I'm probably going to need extra one of these. So let's create another network so you can see we're creating a network. So now, well, it's daytime now, but yeah, hopefully at night you'll be able to see. Okay, so you can see ID4, everything is on ID4, which is good. So yeah, all these, you can see all these, I started to standardize the info at the top. I included power per second, the sleeping, that is the machine state, not crafting, obviously that will change if it's crafting. If there's a temperature component like with the kiln customizes that to show actual temperature, which actually tries to get the environment temperature. So the colder it is outside, the colder this thing is, and the more it has to heat up. So that's a thing. Also, I got the electric forge preliminarily in. So this is in. It works. It heats things, right? You can put an ingot in this, and it will heat it. There are some bugs because I got it in and working just before the buzzer on Friday. But I can show you the Give Block Vint Engineering VE Forge North. I can show you the UI. Okay. And there's the wire connection. So everything works. Everything works. So this little guy, this little thing here, you can set the temperature. This slider here allows you to set it. If you set it at 0, it's auto, right? So auto is a feature of like, what does the game actually use in terms of what a workable temperature is? And the code that I was able to find, if a workable temperature is not set, because the workable temp is a tag that you can put in attributes. If you don't, what value does it look at? Well, it takes the melting point divided by 2, and that is the workable temperature. So while something like lead has a workable temperature of 0, you don't even, like, to do something lead on an anvil, you don't even need to heat the thing, right? Copper, if you look at copper, if we look at copper ingot here, right? So the smelting temperature, 1084, you take that divided by 2, and that is the temperature it needs to be at to work it on an anvil. They also have hardnesses and stuff that, anvil tier, stuff like that. But the basically the temperature it needs to be to work it is half of the melting temperature. And so auto, what it does is it heats it to half plus 50 degrees. Because immediately when you take it out of the machine, it's going to start cooling off. So I want to give it a little bit of a buffer, so when it pushes into a machine, it actually doesn't immediately go under its temperature and stop the process, right? But yeah, this thing will heat anything. Like, you can put anything in here and it will try to heat it if it has combustible props or any sort of melting point. Like, or you can set this slider, right? So auto looks at combustible props. That is like a vanilla, like what is this? Vanilla. Or you can set a temperature up to 1500 degrees manually, and this thing will heat whatever it is in here up to that temperature and then push it into the output slot. And the reason why I do that is for automation. Because you can only ever put one item in these slots, right? You can only ever put one item in. The stack size of each of these slots is 1. So if I try to put a wire in, it will only put 1 in, right? It's trying to heat it. There's no power, so it can't heat it. But you can see the flames turn on when it's heating. Oh, that was fun. Yeah, that was a fun little thing. Those are the base game flames, by the way. But yeah, it will try to heat anything you put in there, right? If you have the temperature set. And the reason I wanted to do that is for modders to be able to do whatever they want with recipes. You can literally put anything in here and heat it up, and it just adds heat to it. So one feature that isn't in yet is rendering the thing in here, right? So you put something in, I want to be able to put it on top of this grate. And these little stands that stick up out of here, why do those exist? Those exist because I'm planning on, I don't think the shape is, I don't think it's in here yet, but the mixer, right? The giant blender looking thing, the mixer, you'll be able to put on top of this, right? I want to be able to match up the feet, but the mixer bowl will go right on here, and there'll be special code in this that will detect that and say, oh, there's a mixer above me. I'm going to heat that instead, right? I'm going to block off my inventory, and I'm going to heat the mixer, and the mixer will have recipes, will have support for recipes that require temperature, right? And I'm still debating what is everybody's thoughts on whether to set the temperature or just have it heated equals true, right? That's what Create does. Either it's heated or superheated or it's not, right? There's no middle ground. There's no like, is it 400 degrees or is it 500 degrees? That I don't know. What is everyone like? I would like some feedback on that because it's a quite different way of approaching the issue. So it would be nice to know what people's thoughts are on that. Whether to have to set this temperature and be like, I'm going to set the mixer to 1,000 degrees, and this thing chews through a lot of power. 128 power per second is what this thing does. So it's a hefty amount. All right, I'm going to go down and grab some charcoal. Because we have plenty. I know I hit that twice, but whatever.
Got time to hear something kind of funny?
Just a sec.
Okay.
All right. You can see there's now a little animation with the generator. That's Andy Dandy there doing that work. I do have it plugged in. It doesn't turn it off. Again, that's a bug that is because this thing, it treats things differently. So all of these are starting to fill up. These two are getting power simultaneously because they accept half the amount of power. It's two of these so we're actually generating enough power to feed both of these. So I just want to try to see if this works now. So let me go grab a copper ingot and a plate. So metal rod, we should get that working. No valid recipe found. Why is this? Rod titanium. That should... Oh. Is it plate? Do I need to put plate in there? So something weird is going on with my recipe detection. How about this one? Using metal press to make nails and strips. Is this plate? It's almost like it's not. It's almost like it's not grabbing the recipes that are loaded. That's what it feels like. When this thing is grabbing the recipes, that something isn't loading those. All right, let's make a new to-do list. Because this works in my single-player test world. Server recipe detection, and it should only be running the actual recipe detection code on the server. So it's very... Why is that glitching through? Yeah, the Z fighting on the machines. I don't like that. Having these machines right up to the edge is not ideal. Anyway, yeah, it's almost like there is the fact that it says no recipe found when it should clearly... Maybe I should put it hot in there. Nah, I know I didn't get that code in. There's no code to detect the heat of the thing yet. That was the whole point of the forge, right? The point of the forge was to heat the ingots going in. But when I do implement that code, and if it's not going to be hot enough, there's going to be another error that's going to come out and say you need to heat this up. So the fact that doesn't work tells me there's something off either with the recipe, because it's weird that would break all. This has been working in my test world, or when it's going out and grabbing the recipes and coming back, that it's not. That for some reason the recipe registry is not sending the recipes in. So that kind of bothers me a little bit. Let's see. Let's do nuggets. Let's at least check.
Back. I just need to go pick up something.
Okay, the nuggets are working. So yeah, this nugget mode just pulls from vanilla files, so that doesn't surprise me that works. And then this, do we have a saw blade in here? We do. Put that in here, and then get some wood. Put that in here. Hey, look at that. The animation even stops. Glorious. So that has been fixed, which is nice. So now it's just the rest. For some reason, the recipes don't work. And I don't know why that would suddenly break. That's very, very weird. Yeah, and you know, obviously this animation is still running, even though it shouldn't, because these are all stopped. So as soon as it stops, right, these still say on, but they should go to sleeping if they're full and not burning anything. So that's just a couple flags that I need to set. All right, latest test, at least, is done. So what was the funny thing you wanted to mention, Oz?
Yeah, the last batch of sheep that were born, there was 8 ewes that were pregnant. The next generation spawned 6 ewes and 13 rams.
Woo!
That, I don't think anybody was having fun with that ratio.
Wow. High competition.
Yeah.
All
And a
right.
lot of soreness.
Yeah.
All of the trees are flowering.
That's nice.
Yeah.
We're gonna have so many pears. So many.
Yeah. And apples. There's some apples this year.
Oh, we're actually gonna get some apples, huh?
Yep.
Chickens.
Um,
Three apple trees.
what kind of
Ooh.
apples? We got them
Yellow
all?
apples.
Yellow apples.
Nice. This
What
pear
apple?
tree is growing quite a bit. It's actually branching out. That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, they should be in their final size, 5x5 at the base
Wow.
is their final size.
Yeah, so that looks like this one's starting on that.
Yep.
What was that you were saying there, Arm?
Oh, nothing. Oh, I was
Okay.
just wondering what kind of apples that we have, because you said you got just yellow apples?
Yep, just the yellow apples.
Oh, I found a red apple tree. I'll have to
Yep.
find it again.
I've got a lot of clippings,
Yes.
or cuttings. I just had to. I had to get an orchard going, and I've got space for it now. It's just I have to plant them. But then the problem is, it's going to be an extra year before they're ready.
Yep.
And look at that. Another one of the goats had somehow teleported through the fence. It's a female though,
Yeah.
so it's no biggie. It'll stick around.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Hmm.
All right.
Hmm. So I guess I'm gonna have to. Well, that sucks. Figured I'd go down to the luxuries trader and see if I can't find some piece of forlorn armor, but nope.
Ray is saying that I assume it's Arm's microphone is very quiet.
I am talking to my microphone.
No,
Yeah,
it's on Buggy's side. He
I can hear
for
it.
Discord. You can
Just-
hear?
Oh,
Okay.
I can hear just fine.
Yeah, but when it comes through OBS like cuts all
Yeah.
volume.
Yeah.
So it's really tough to balance that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's also kind of the pitch of your voice, Arm. It's nothing, not your fault or anything, but it like cuts. It sounds like you're quieter than you are.
Yeah.
How to phrase it?
That's fine.
Did you see my basement yet?
Huh.
Do we want to? You don't have like.
Wow, you have a copper ceiling? Jesus.
Yeah, I won't tell you how long it took to make.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Darn it. Nothing.
And he did all the plates himself.
Pantry.
Well, that's sorry. Okay.
I'm distilling a whole bunch of pineapple wine. It'll probably be okay till we get back from the Resonance Archive, but I just wanted to make sure.
Ooh. I found his
Fireplay, and I didn't bring a shovel.
Darn
it.
shiny room.
The vault.
Oh well. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh, found marble.
Nice. I don't think we have a lot of marble. Or do we?
Oh, we have a 20 or 30,000.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I've been grabbing it when I can, and I found a couple of giant veins. Hey, your own little batch of steel. Ooh, there's a sub basement.
Too bad there's no chalk. That would be nice to find.
Yeah, it's weird that that's so rare.
Yeah, Buggy's been Death's been looking quite a bit for that.
Yeah.
Are you trying to farm glowworms down here? I don't think those are farmable.
No, I want it for the light. I want to find a couple more. I have an idea what I'm going to do to this room, but I need more of them to do it. I gotta fix that yet.
Very cool. I like your stairs. These are nice. Getting good use out of the chisel mechanic. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, I've gone through 5 iron and how much is left out of this one over here? Just over 1 steel chisel.
You know
So
what?
far.
You know how many steel chisels we used in the cathedral? You want to
I'm
take a
afraid to
guess?
Oh,
know. Ugh.
I can't remember.
42.
Oh,
Yeah. Between the two of us, we went through 42 chisels.
a lot of chisels.
It is a lot of it is a lot of chisels for sure. Considering, yeah, they have 12,000 durability each. Like, it's a lot. There was a lot of chisels for this little thing.
Dang it.
Oh, there's-
Sometimes that 9x9 grid works a little too well with the diamond sight. I cut some of the grass farm.
There's so much more detail we could pull out of this thing too. You could do like really ornate designs in the black support beams, like the big black side beams here that are for the buttresses. You could do some ornate carvings into all of these. You could just crazy amount, and inside you could do those as well, like super detailed. It's just we put so much into this, and by the time we got it to this point, I'm just like, I needed to do a video on it. I wanted to get it out there, and I'm like, I can't. We had so many hours into this already. I'm like, let's just call it here. And that's when I did the video on it. But yeah, if you wanted to, you could just go crazy on these pillars doing like designs and.
Yeah, I know you wanted to do a catacombs as well.
Yeah, there was a whole like underground thing I was wanting to do, but that would have been a lot harder to just paste into a world if it had an underground thing. Like how would it have pasted in a world if there's a bunch of underground catacomb stuff? Like I didn't know how that would do that, but I'm sure it would have been fine. But would the air blocks would the air blocks replace rock if it's underground? I'm assuming there's an option to do that. Otherwise, the ruins that we explore wouldn't generate, right? Because all those ruins generate in solid rock, and those seem to be fine.
We have a lot of food that's going to be expiring soon, so I've been pulling some of it up here. You can see these down here are going to last around 3 days. Unfortunate, but I mean, we have enough food that losing some's not going to be a biggie. Just it feels bad. I think as far as food to bring with go, it would probably be easier to bring bread rather than pies, because pies expire fairly quickly.
Yeah, if you want to make a big batch of bread, which was more alliterative than I really wanted to do, but
Batch of bread.
but yeah, we're gonna need. I mean, we're not gonna need a lot of food. I don't anticipate the archives taking too much time.
Yeah.
Did you find the archives?
Yep. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I've marked it. I actually
The
had to.
entrance was pretty.
Yeah, I had to dig into the archives, find it, then work my way out to find where the entrance was, because it is well hidden.
You went
yeah.
down the outhole.
And what?
Ray liked the decorations of the cathedral. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I love the cathedral. That's why I use it everywhere I possibly can, in thumbnails, in every game that we play. Like, I am extremely proud of the cathedral and what we built. And yeah, the fact that you could get more design out of it, I mean, that's there is such a thing as too much detail. I think it would be a little overwhelming having like so much to look at, like you just get overwhelmed. So I do like the amount of detail it is. I just know with the chisel feature, you could you could go crazy on the detail, right? You could just go crazy. So I do like it. And one of the things I want to do is bring along a metric ton of torches.
Good call.
I thought you weren't allowed to place anything.
You can place torches in torch holders that you find. That's the one exception. So, and I think last time we went, we really didn't bring a lot of torches with us. And I was like, oh, this is, yeah, I want to be able to light our way. 300 degrees. Interesting visual glitch there. And let's go grab some sticks and some of these. And let's do this. And torches. Torch.
We are brimming with vegetables, by the way.
Brimming.
Yep.
All right, there's another 64 torches.
Oh man, the bees are ready again.
Yeah, we have enough food for like a 20-person server. There's 4 of us on here.
And on this one, you even increase the amount of food that we need.
Yeah, this one is, you know, I didn't get too crazy with the food buffs. Repair my clothes. Wish I could see my crown. I like my crown. Sparkly. You have a sparkly.
Yeah, I should probably bring those.
All right. 64 more torches. There we go. Many of the torches.
Yeah, I'm making up some torches too, just in case we get separated.
Yeah, we're probably going to fan out a little bit.
Yep.
Well, not too much. I mean, there's a definite. It's a definite like linear dungeon crawl.
Yep.
Oh, Moss is making the bees mad out there.
Yeah.
What did I come over here for? Oh, I know what I came over here for. No, I can't place them. Where is this way?
Oh, we have somebody else that's in stream chat. Non-members are muted, by the way.
Who is in there? The names are all.
Oaken
Hmm.
8561.
Yeah, all the names. All the names are truncated, so all I see is the first letter of everybody's name in Discord.
Ah,
That's what happens when you have OBS running at the same time as Discord.
Wow, those bees are really annoyed at someone.
yep.
What did you do?
Harvested them. They really don't like that.
Well, I think the next machine I'm going to try to get going is going to be the grinder.
Okay, I guess we can't. Oops. Yeah, well, you know, in all my exploring, I never found any titanium anywhere. So.
Titanium appears pretty deep.
Yep. Figured.
I'm rolling around in my head this whole time why these recipes wouldn't be detected. The client server thing.
I was thinking, you know, forlorn armor would be a good thing to come across, but you can only get it at the luxury trader, and I went and checked the luxury traders, and none of them have it. Oh well.
Yeah, what is their inventory cycles every 3 days or so?
Yeah.
should we
so
sleep?
Gotta keep checking back.
We could sleep.
Right there.
Oh, we're sleeping now.
So on the trip to the archives, should we make like? Should we do it like as an expedition and walk there, and like get the full experience, or should I just teleport there and then teleport y'all over there?
It would probably be better to do it as an expedition.
Yeah.
Because it is roughly 5,000 blocks away.
Wow.
But we went actually, ironically, when we went south, like way south, we went further than the archives. So,
Weird.
and if that's the case, we're definitely going to need a bunch of food. Because, yeah.
Making 64 rice bread.
What happened?
Okay, well, if that's the case,
Do I have my bowls? Oh, there's a bowl.
I
Nope.
have another knife. Because if we make an expedition of it, I might as well like, oh, might be a good idea. Would be just to bring also the stuff you need to actually cook with.
Cooking
So
options are going to be pretty limited on the road.
What?
I could take some crock pots and a cooking pot, but honestly, for how much meat we have that's preserved, I don't think we need to worry
Yeah,
about it.
bring a handful of sealed jars with us. Is like, yeah, that's plenty. Because if they're sealed, they're still going to last a while. And,
Yeah.
Since there's 4 of us and there's 4 servings, opening one is just all 4 servings go right away. Like,
Okay. Have some food prepared.
put that in there.
I have to upgrade the salt chest. I paid too much of that, apparently.
Uh-oh. Pretty salty.
I am.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the recipe issue is... See, there could be a problem. I can't remember now if the recipe system was server only, because that would be a problem. Let me leave this in here and see.
Okay, I need to check my crops.
I just want to see if this thing spits out a plate.
Nothing there.
It's funny, this was working last week, and for something broke. So I'm wondering if...
Nope, nothing there.
So something is not... I honestly don't know why that would... I didn't really touch the recipe system. Like at all. Especially the metal press. That has been working this whole time. Like for a long, long time. So for that to break. It's when he said there's a bug with the nails and strips mold. Like it gives you metal plates instead of nails and strips. So that's a point. But so that was a bug I have to look at, but that's like a JSON bug. That's not a machine isn't crafting bug. That's a weird bug to just spring up like that on a server. So it's like what's likely happening is it's trying to pull those recipes and it's pulling 0 recipes. Right? There's 0. It's finding 0 recipes, but it should find recipes. Just no problem. But I haven't gone through the server logs to see whether or not it's loading those recipes. Yeah, debugging the server is gonna be rough. That's gonna take some interesting finagling. Okay. How close? Oh, we should probably... Should we bring some beds with us?
Wouldn't be a bad idea. Do we have enough aged beds, or...
We have 3 aged beds in here. I know we have an extra one, so I'm gonna bring 1 aged bed with me. We have enough for 1 for everybody, obviously.
Okay, I'll grab one.
And... Because I know there's 5 up on here, because I did put 1 extra up here, so I know we have 4 extra.
Okay. So I don't need to bring a bed.
Everybody needs to bring a bed. I'm not going to carry your bed. You can carry your bed.
Okay. Bring your own bed.
BYOB.
Now, Harvest a crop.
Was there something you wanted to do with the pumpkins then? I know you wanted to make one of those scarecrow things.
Yeah, scarecrow. That's something I haven't made yet, and I wanted to make. Where are the pumpkins? There they are. Mature pumpkin. Scarecrow is fairly easy, so let me grab one of these. I'm gonna need a few sticks and some straw.
Grab my bed.
I love watching the bread actually rise as it's in the ovens.
Okay, got my bed.
Buggy's probably sick of me saying that, but
Oh, it's pretty cool. It's there's a little bit of the magic removed after you've seen the code that does that over and over again. I've seen the code that does all of that, and
I like that Buggy's actually carrying the scarecrow in his hands.
yeah.
Where's it going?
There we go. Scarecrow.
Is that to try and prevent the bunnies from getting in the ground and pound?
No, I put it in the garden.
Oh, okay.
Prevents, yeah. It's sort of like the Night Watcher, but what it does is it finds any passive mobs in the area and it sort of pushes them away, and it says no. It kind of scares them away. Within a certain radius.
Okay.
Apparently it doesn't work on chickens.
I guess there's good and bad in that.
Yeah, the chickens are on the other side of the fence here. Just don't give a hoot about the scarecrow.
What are they, owls?
Wow, peanuts are almost ready.
Yep. Yep, they take a couple extra days than the rest of the crops that I had planted.
Yeah. Is that what we're waiting for?
Yep.
Okay.
Once I get the seeds, I might do monocrop rotations. Just, plant the entire thing of one type of plant. That way they all come up at about the same time.
Yeah. I understand.
Usually, in the past games, I would do. I think we usually were able to get three harvests per year, and I would do the NPK thing. I'd have a nitrogen crop of no, it's potassium. No, is it phosphorus? The P is phosphorus, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The K is potassium.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, recently my brain just hasn't been with it. But yeah, I do a row of each, and then I just move it, one.
Yep.
One over. But with Buggy's more recent change of
Minus
nerfing
15.
the requirements, I think I can do monocrops a lot more.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of armor do you have, Oz?
None. I should work on that.
None?
Yep.
Yeah. Buggy's got titanium.
Yep.
Renegade's got titanium as well.
Well, yeah, it's the best one there is.
Of course.
I just haven't invested the time yet.
Nor the fact of finding titanium.
I did quite the contribution to titanium, so I think we've got plenty.
Do we? Couldn't find any.
Yeah, I probably kind of lucked out. I'm gonna store the bread downstairs to help preserve it some more. Because in your hand, it's only 8 days.
Yeah.
Well, we want to get a move on here. So if you need to make armor, it's gonna take a day just to melt down the titanium
Yep.
to make the armor. Then it's gonna take probably another 3 or 4 days of pouring and waiting for it to cool.
As far as it goes, if you don't want to wait for, I can't speak for Arum, but I'm fine without armor.
Just make some leather armor quick. Got plenty of leather.
Yeah.
I figured,
That is
you know,
true.
Is it never enough?
Yeah. Wonder if I should just. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there.
All right.
Just to make sure I know, or I've got the right set. It's the stuff that's just leather body armor, leather leg armor.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for mixing up all this armor, or leather.
Oh, there's a bunch in there too.
Yeah?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the top by the diamonds, there's over 4,000 in there.
Nice.
Yep. Not shy on leather. Yeah, that was quite the diamond haul that I got last stream. Oh, that was crazy.
Do like that there's layers of the armor. You put it over top of your clothes. Some games they're shared.
Yeah, Oss is gonna rattle. He's gonna rattle while he's walking around.
Am I?
You don't hear that?
Nope.
That's funny that the player wearing it doesn't hear it.
I might have disabled it in sounds. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I don't need a wrench. I don't think. Put my wrench away. I don't need a
Yeah,
chisel.
my flax to come up.
Shovel, prospecting pick, axe. I'll keep. Hammer,
days
I
for
don't
the
think I need.
sunflowers, 5 days for that. 3 days for that. 4 days for that. Okay, I'm good.
And let's see. Those are good. Rock sniffer, I'm gonna keep. Food, bed. Everybody have a bed.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And I want to start out in the morning, so.
First thing.
Yep. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, even though I'm not a morning person. In the game, I can be.
So we need our beds again.
Well, there's 4 beds on. We have enough beds for everybody, but it's only 1800, which is what 6 o'clock,
Yeah.
almost 7. So
Dang, military time. Always confusing everybody. 24-hour clock. Ooh. Pear tree's fruiting.
Yum.
That's a good thing to have on the way for going. We'll have fruit.
There's 2 stacks of pears in the basement. We'll probably take those with.
That's a
deep,
good idea.
deep
Yeah.
Because
barn.
the pears keep for a while. Well, I got 47 arrows. I don't think I should need any more than that. Anybody else a bower?
Renegade was, but I think he's graduated to swordman.
Yeah. Okay.
Barked pine.
I don't think I have that one. No, I didn't.
Got my. I'll take 1 temporal gear with me, just in case my night vision. I have a pair of night vision goggles.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm pretty sure there's a mod that removes the green hue to everything.
What's the difference between a pan and a sieve?
Well, as far as like functionality, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
A pan, you can pan like gravel and stuff like that. A sieve
Yeah,
is
I
like
know
a
that,
filter.
but what's the sieve do?
The sieve is used to make paper.
Ah.
So you
okay,
make
Gotcha.
you make pulp, and then you sieve it, and that makes paper. It's one of the reasons why my sawmill produces sawdust is I want to. Right now, the pulp object, there is a wood pulp type variant, but it's disabled
Yes.
because there's nothing that makes it. So, vintage engineering will probably enable that variant, and then make it possible for sawdust to be made into pulp. But that is a recipe to do when I get recipes working again, which is a bizarre problem to have. All the other functions of these machines work except for the damn recipes. Like, I don't understand why that would break.
Yeah.
That bothers the hell out of me. Metal rod, and I know ingots to metal rod should work, but for some reason, and I know if I loaded my single player world with this, it would work. Like I don't understand why this is not working. So, it's, I don't know, disconnect and client. It should be running that function on both the client and the server, right? When you put this in the slot, it informs the server. The server takes it, matches the recipe, and then spits data back to the client. But the client also finds the recipe. So it should be finding this recipe on both the client and the server. Because the server doesn't inform the client of the recipe. Like, this is the valid recipe that I'm making. It doesn't do that. It relies on the client to find the same recipe. The fact that it's not finding it on both the client and the server is that's a major bug. Like, why is that a thing? I don't understand it. So bugs like that are super frustrating because they're hard to debug because it's a client server thing and I can't replicate it. A bug that you cannot replicate is very hard to fix. Like, you can put, if you suspect it's a certain block of code, you can go in and maybe tweak it a little bit or add some logging output, like why didn't it do this? You can try to do that. But getting no feedback at all, the fact that it's no valid recipe found, I know the exact block of code that's running with that's not finding the recipe. And the only reason I can think of that's not finding the recipe is it's not actually loading the recipe. Like, there's no, like, what's loading that recipe? I could look on the server while we wait for. It's not quite time to sleep yet. So let me. I'm just super curious. Load up the server here. Data, logs, server debug, and main. $11 VE extruder recipes loaded. 5.4. 5 or 4.5. Must have been 4.5. I hate the date, the different date format.
So did I miss anything?
So it's loading 11 VE Resper. It's loading
No, guess not.
logs.
Yeah, we haven't left yet.
Oh,
Does the log splitter work? Well, the sawmill worked. The sawmill, that recipe that ran, that was a custom recipe. So it loaded the sawmill recipes, but it didn't match the metal press recipe? How is that possible? I don't think yeah, 56 metal press recipes loaded. I don't think I print anything off if it doesn't find it because I don't want to spam. Even though literally the game. Oh my god! Yeah. Like when you use the diamond scythe. This is the thing about this game. The verbose debug. I don't know how to turn that off. When you use the diamond scythe, and it mines or it trims 81 things. It literally, when because each item as it's going through damages the thing, right? So I damage it by 1 for every item in that in that array. Well, it's printing off 81 lines in the log file for every single time that thing is damaged. It's crazy how the log file grows. I mean, it's obscene how much stuff is logged. Every time you open and close an inventory, that's logged. Every time you move an item from slot A to slot B, that's logged. Like, everything is logged. Obviously, it's mainly to find people who grief servers and stuff, but yeah, there's nothing in here about the extruder or the metal press. No.
There's one peanut that's not grown yet. If it's not done by the time we're ready to go, I'm just gonna harvest it all.
Don't. Well, one thing that I've seen hints of is Visual Studio has a thing that it can actually attach itself to a outside process to debug. I haven't tried to do that yet, but okay. Well, it is time to sleep, so it's way over time to sleep. Actually, time went by pretty fast.
We went in overtime?
Yeah, I meant to sleep at about 2200, and it's... Is Arm not here?
Oh, I'm here. Just give me a moment. Just trying to figure something out. Just because really don't know how that's going to work. I guess you want to start off first thing in the morning, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. There was an audience. Okay. I'm in bed. I had to eat something before bed.
Yep.
All right. Oh, I hear. Oh, that's gonna get really annoying.
Sorry.
Cured meat.
For now, I'll just unequip my armor.
Cheddar cheese. Now, some of these. Okay, that
Everybody's
one's
getting a stack of cheese, right?
Yeah, we can
Fresh.
each take one of the stacks.
fresh for 10 days. Fresh for 21 days. Fresh for both of those are fresh for 10 days. Good. And neither of them are made with poisonous mushrooms. Excellent.
I gotta keep him on his toes.
I do check.
Oh. I don't think I've made that mistake this time. In the game this time.
Yeah, he says mistake. Mistake, he says.
No point in taking that with me.
I wonder if one of the things I wanted to check as far as the light level in this room over here, because I know we were futzing about with that last time, is if it would make a difference at all to line it with bricks. Like line it with a manufactured product rather than like a natural rock.
Oh, the cheese
The cheese room, yeah. But something we can try for later. Okay. Expedition time. And if we're doing this like the legit way, it's gonna take us a while to get there, everybody. It's gonna be a journey, right? It's not about the destination, although it is. It's about the journey, although it's not.
Okay, Oz.
Yeah.
Did you say you baked bread?
Yep. It's downstairs.
Yeah, I grabbed a stack of it already. I've got a stack of bread, 2 crocs, a stack of cured red meat, and a stack of cheese. I think I'm ready. I am better equipped than a hobbit on an adventure. So I can have third breakfast if I want.
Third breakfast? Oh yeah, third
Yep.
breakfast. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Because I left already.
Of course you did.
We'll catch up. I was curing a bunch of extra meat to supplement the stuff that we are grabbing. Oh, I should have mentioned this earlier. Well, we shouldn't have grabbed the
Fire-
pork or poultry.
There's fire clay right on the other side of this lake. We were hunting for fire clay for so long.
Jeez,
Oh,
should
that's funny.
not.
Okay.
Why? Is it
'Cause I can
bad?
use that for cooking.
Oh,
I can use that for cooking. Poultry is harder to come by.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so somebody grabbed all of the bread.
I grabbed a stack of it.
Okay, there's only half a stack for each of us.
Well,
Okay.
I grabbed a stack of it, so I can. I'm not gonna- I just grabbed it because I wanted to get
Yeah.
the hell out of the house, and because we could dilly dally.
I grabbed 32. Do you want 16?
Yeah, please.
Otherwise, we would have just spent the next 3 days at the house preparing to leave, and we would have still forgotten some stuff. So
Okay, we ready to go now?
Most likely.
Yeah, we're all ready.
Where did you go?
I have to check my map because I'm not even sure which direction it is.
Me neither.
it is south,
Uh,
west, southeast, the other west,
Southeast.
west.
Where
Southwest.
East.
I can't see you on the map. That's what the problem is.
We're on the other side of that giant mountain that's just south of the base.
Oh, okay. We gotta catch up.
I did bring cages with, just in case we see some different goats. Wow, there's still blocks of lake ice.
Oh man, Renegade just disappeared. He just upped and vanished right in front of me.
Really? I'm still in front of you.
No, you just vanished. He was it was raptured. It's like it's
Yeah, you know where you're going. I'll just follow Oz.
Oh, I have
That's-
no idea where I'm
that's-
going.
that's
They
a
just said
major
southeast,
mistake.
so-
oh, south. Wait, I see somebody south. Just straight south.
There we go. I see you.
Just about to go into the forest here. So if you want to put a marker on your map, I know it's going to be out in the middle of nowhere, right? The
Oh, there's
marker
the X.
3469.
Hold on. Write it down. Of course, I can't find a piece of paper when I need it.
The Y is irrelevant. I never use the Y, so the middle value is irrelevant.
3469.
5441.
Excuse me. Okay.
So that is the destination. That is Mordor. That is our Mordor.
More door?
And it would be cool if we found meteors along the way, because that'd be nice. It'd be a nice little surprise. Even though we've got plenty, like, still would be nice.
You're so quick to take off there, buddy.
Other ruins. You know, it'd be really cool to find would be that other, the other big ruin, which is the mall. Because there's the cathedral, and I think there's a mall as another mega ruin.
I think I found. No. Sorry. That was in the private. In my own personal. When I first logged into my personal game, it put me in front of a. Ooh, beep.
Yeah, I don't know what the specific spawning conditions are of the mall. I know the cathedral. For some reason, the cathedral spawns in like Arctic, right? The maximum temperature. Ooh, look at all this. Oh, fire clay. Somebody mark this. This is crazy amount of fire clay right here. And of course, there's a light temporal storm. This is great.
Stupid mutt.
But yeah, the I think like the maximum temperature of the condition is like -7 for the cathedral. It tells me it's like, oh, Packle wolves. Which if you get a maximum temperature of -7 and a minimum of like -30, that tells me it would only exist in the Arctic. Like, why would you do that? I can actually see the rain falling now. Nice.
Yep. I don't see on the map, Arm. We're at 539, 1034.
I'm at 193, 1131.
Okay,
Well-
you're going a lot more south than you need to. Because we're heading pretty much straight for the X.
X never ever marks the spot. Except when it does.
Oh, I was wrong. I think you're heading more west than
Heading
south.
east? Am I supposed to be heading east or west?
East.
Oh, southeast.
Thank you.
Yeah, remember, I have west and other west, so...
Directions of a new.
Yeah.
Ooh, I found copper.
Got the rock sniffer. Wow, that was wow. Granite, quartz, tin, zinc, olivine, cinnabar, peridot, and bismuth underneath that rock.
Wow.
Somebody replied or put a comment on the video, basically the stream that I made the rock sniffer on. So the rock sniffer I made completely on stream, live, and I was likely discussing like the order that it reports the rock, and I don't know. The comment he made was like, why don't you just do this or that? And I'm like, I have no idea what, it's like a 2-hour long stream. Like, no idea what section he's replying to. And so I asked him, I was like, do you have a timestamp? Because this is like over a year old. So, yeah. Yeah, as a general hint to everybody, like if you're commenting on a video that's like a year old, put a timestamp in, please, because otherwise we don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You don't have a photogenic memory?
No, I don't have a photographic memory.
An eidetic memory.
Don't have an eidetic one either. I have a faulty, short-circuited memory. Dun, dun, dun.
Brown sedge? What the heck is this? Oh, it's something that gives thatch. No, it's dry grass. Oh, that's weird. Huh.
Are we there yet?
Megapan.
Wow.
Couldn't resist.
Don't make me stop this car.
Oh, you guys decided to go with the angel wings, did ya?
No?
I use them to get around crazy obstacles, but like I'm not gonna swim across a freaking lake if I have an angel belt on. Tin ore. That's the first surface tin ore bits that I've seen in this game. Ooh, look at these caveage.
Scared the Jesus out of me. I was falling.
All right, we're into a drier, slightly drier climate. Let's
Hyenas only attack you when your back is turned.
granite quartz titanium.
Since we're in a drier climate, keep your eyes open for
More fire clay.
Termites?
Oh, I already got a bunch of fire clay. Sure, termites if you want, but I'm trying to say bell peppers.
Ooh, bell pepper.
Bell peppers. Yeah, that's. I think the last time we tried to grow bell peppers, they crashed the server.
Ooh.
But maybe they've fixed them. Oh, more fire clay. Wow, two monstrous deposit of fire clay right next to one another.
Wow.
I guess we were in the wrong biome to try to find that stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
What the
welcome.
hell?
Whoa, Jesus. Lots of.
welcome.
We're on our way, Coffee.
Oh, coffee.
We are on our way to the Resonance Archive, which is probably one of the most crazy builds in the game. I think the Resonance Archive as a whole dwarfs any other build in the game. Like it's a sight to behold. It's amazing. We did it last time we streamed the game, but they've also, slightly tweaked it and expanding on it. Where is Renegade's next to me? Okay, Oss is north of me. Oss,
Yeah,
you
I'm
go
just a
straight
bit
south.
behind you guys.
I don't see Arm's little dot on the map at all.
Right next to you. Must be a desync.
Oh,
Because
I
yeah,
don't
I
see
see
arm
all
either.
3 of you.
I see a you. I see Renegade and Os. I don't see Arm at all.
This is Arm right here.
Yeah, there's nothing there for
Yeah,
me.
I don't see him either.
Yep, like I say, desync.
Want me to log out, and come back in, or what?
You can
I'll
if you
take that.
want. Like, not sure what causes that, nor am I sure how to report that. Like,
Yeah. Regular copper bits on the surface. That's for this game. That's pretty rare. We've been finding tons of malachite.
well, yeah, malachite is copper. It's just whatever biome you're in, whatever rock type you're on. But I made copper bits far more common than they are by default. By default, they're actually very rare.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to delay the early game too much. Okay. Let's just
Vanilla
sorta-
is a struggle.
Wow, this is a mountain and a half. Jesus.
I don't
Really?
see the fact that I'm wearing 10 bronze, so. Ooh. Oh, they're deer ears.
Bearded tooth fungi.
Ah.
Yeah, the angel. You know the interesting thing with the angel belt is once you get it and you fly, if you're flying over the landscape, you miss all of the little, you miss harvesting mushrooms. You miss all of the little bits and bobs that you would find. So there's definitely a reason why you'd want to slow roll. Ooh, blueberries. I'll take those.
Blueberry.
I have a bushel of pears too. So.
Oh, here's some lobster. I don't know. Ooh,
Excuse
there's
me.
some more.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, we're about halfway there, everybody. A little less than halfway, but we're about halfway. Pink marble.
I am hearing things. Where are we? Hey, maybe we'll find chalk.
Yeah, I went all up and down this area. I didn't find any chalk.
Okay.
I assume we have a good source of slate because I'm seeing that's down here.
Yeah, I've mined a metric ton of slate to refill our stocks. So
And we do
Right.
have white marble, right?
yeah, we got about 30,000 white marble.
Okay.
I would love to find green marble.
There's some at the base. I did find some.
Yeah, I found a few. I just haven't been prioritizing it. I find it.
I wanted to.
Death cap. Hey, you want some death cap, Os?
Ooh, ooh. Ooh, what's this? Ooh,
Look out, birds. Get out of my way, stupid leaves.
berries. Yay.
Berries? Is that what you're finding?
Yeah,
Okay.
I found some red currants and some cranberry.
Yep. More death cap?
That's what Renegade wears on his head. It's a death cap. All right.
Fine, I don't need that.
Oh Oh, you passed by some lead ore pits. Didn't you want to stop and collect a whole bunch of lead?
Oh no. I'm resisting trying to fill my inventory before we even get there.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't have, but I grabbed a bunch of the fire clay that we passed by.
Oh. Yeah, we've
Yeah.
passed several thousand fire clay, so
I have
I
several thousand in me.
yeah, I resisted strongly the urge to mine all of that. I was like, oh, look at all this fire. I mean, I think we have a few thousand of it at home, but it's hard to pass up when you find it.
Yep.
Ugh.
Oh, I found a teleporter.
Nice.
On the surface?
Sometimes you find them in those little ruins.
I think that's a better ruins thing.
I remember.
Yep. It's better ruins.
I
Oh, Jesus.
don't think he had better ruins when I had found one on the surface before.
Hopefully I found you another smoker. I find you another... No, I've already been here. I've been to these ruins.
All right, let's get back down here. Wabbit, look out! Clownberries.
Am I heading the right way? No, of course I'm not heading the right way.
White currant bush. Do we need those? There's a bunch of them over here.
I'll grab them, but we do have enough.
Oh, really? We actually found enough to fill that out. Huh?
Yeah,
we
I
did.
think.
Yeah, one of my
Matt found the
expeditions.
last.
One of my expeditions to try to find chalk, I ran across a bunch of them.
I was heading in the wrong direction. I was heading southwest instead of southeast. I got turned around.
Ah, that'll happen.
Which is fine.
Yup.
I'll find you eventually. My housemates is in a mood.
Shoot. Well, I don't have enough space for this soil.
Well, this is
Or,
as good a place as any to.
take a nap.
Well, we can't. There's a storm.
Temporal storm.
Oh, damn.
Wow,
What?
that was a lot.
Wow. What was this? Fire clay?
Nope. Oh, got one of my bed, or got my bed. It's blue gray. I flopped down my bed and meant to pick it up, but
You just happened to be on a giant blue-gray clay deposit.
yep.
The world eater can be rough if you leave it in vain.
Yes, I should switch it. Thank you.
I don't even keep the thing on my heart bar.
All right, we have ourselves a little bitty. We can find a. I'm not sure.
Someplace open.
For this, I'd just fly up in the air a little bit.
They're coming out of the water. Look out!
I see ya.
Ow! Sir, that was rude. I still don't know why they like spawn in and immediately turn around and run away.
Yeah.
Like, that just feels to me like a bug. It just feels like that's not what they intended. um, at least it's the light storm. This is the first. I don't think we had a storm at all entire last stream. So
Sounds right.
the setting I changed seems like it took.
Let's try.
The water flowing is just weird, so I'm gonna block it off.
Oh.
Wherever you are. I see. Double hit.
Hey,
Ooh.
turn your magnet off, man. You're just gonna stand there.
Okay, I think I got all the flowing water.
Ooh. You hurt me. That's not very nice. I didn't bring any I didn't bring any bandages.
Yeah, I didn't think to either.
I got my second diamond. Finally.
Nice. Ah. Double header.
Oh, that was the first that I've heard of for this
Yeah.
storm. The light storm, so we don't. It's funny even though the game is like super data driven and the code usually is independent of the data, there's a ton of custom. There's a ton of code that specifically looks at the double-headed drifter because it counts how many double-headed drifters are active in the world per user, so it doesn't spawn too many of them. And I'm like, but the double-headed drifters are the best. Like, but yeah, there's. So if you did a mod that removed the double-headed drifter, I think that would be a catastrophic like crash to the game. The first temporal storm that hits, it would be trying to find those double-headed drifter, the code for that, and it wouldn't find it, and it would be like, like can't find entity or whatever, and yeah, it'd be crazy. All right,
I don't think I had harvested this one. Somebody harvested a funeral bell mushroom.
Hmm.
I tossed it in the lake. Yeah, don't eat those. Negative 40 hit points would not be a good day.
You're not gonna put it in a soup and feed it the buggy.
Well,
I mean, he would, but ow, rude. All right, that is over. That was nice and fast. Now we can sleep.
oh yeah.
What do you mean we can sleep?
Sleepy time.
Let me find a place to sit down. my bed.
Did you slap down the other one too, Death? Because it looks like you had gotten my limit.
Yeah, let's turn off our magnets. Let us know when you're laying down, Arm.
Yeah, I will. I just have to find a spot. Okay, I think I found a spot. Found a redwood. Okay. Eat something. Okay. I'm sleeping. Wow, I'm losing a lot of food. Yeah.
Well, we should have plenty with us.
Wow, that almost killed me. What am I missing
Carrots?
on
Do we
the
have
map?
carrots? We have carrots, right?
Yeah, we've got carrots.
Turnips.
that, though?
Mature turnips. Who's our farmer? We got some mature turnips.
I can grab them.
Ooh, quite a few of them.
I'm gonna
I'm
toss
gonna
the
go pick
seeds
up
though.
some reeds. Whoa, that was scary.
Bunch of shale. Let's see what's under here.
I stepped out of the tree and I started falling immediately. Look,
Wow.
Oops.
Shale, chert, slate, granite, silver, native copper, andesite, chromium, and basalt underneath here. Basalt? I'm tempted to go see if there's more diamonds. Oh, tempting. We have several hundred diamonds. I don't think we need any.
Are you implying that we can have too many diamonds?
I mean, I'm not implying that. I'm implying that I don't want to fill my inventory up with a bunch of diamonds.
stop.
Because there's 3 different varieties, so they tend to not stack. Oh, there's some
Oh.
black. Oh.
More.
Red wine cap. Wow, a lot of them. Also.
Oh.
Look over here. Do you seize it?
Oh, the sparkly. Very nice.
Sparkly?
He found a meteor.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't bring any of my tools with me, so.
I should make.
Yeah, there is a lot of these mushrooms.
I should make Sylvite a vein mineable rock. I added a use for Sylvite, which is why I'm gathering.
Oh yeah, there's like a small chance you'll get diamonds, right?
Well, that is a thing too, but well, found some halite, found some salt, brown coal. Let's see what else is down. Quartz, slate, granite, quartz, tin, andesite, bismuth. Okay, no. No, it's used in the creative glow recipe. There's a creative light and then a creative glow, and the glow is used as a sylvite rock. breadcrumb bush. Don't mind if I do.
I just gotta find some horsetail.
Yeah, if you're
There's some high fertility soil. We've got plenty though.
oh, we should have like 4 or 5 stacks of that stuff.
Yep. And I think that's even after Aram made the greenhouses. Because yeah, you get two for each. Want some more of those mushrooms. I forgot to grab a snack of vegetables before we left.
Well, I've passed several things of carrots.
I was looking at them. I didn't see any that were ripe.
Oh,
Oh, you
There
could've
probably
come
was,
over
I
to
just missed 'em.
mine, to my greenhouse. I had a whole vessel full of carrots.
Well, yeah, I forgot to grab before we left.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't have mattered whether...
more red wine cap over here.
Oh, okay.
And Pete. Nice to meet you, Pete.
Come on. Where's the horsetail?
Near us.
Supposed to be here. In the middle of the woods. I hope I don't come across a bear.
Oh, another one. I do not have room for that.
Okay. That's
I'll
back
free
up.
something up though.
That's back. I'll take it.
Okay.
Now where'd he go? There he is.
Horsetail, where are they?
Trying to keep my eyes open for bell peppers, but
Yeah, I don't even know what the plant looks like. I've been trying to keep my eye open for it too, but
I think we're in too mild of a climate now. I think they're in those deserts only.
really,
I think so.
No.
It's been so rare that we find them that I'm not certain. Plus, last I knew, the appearance of them was kind of glitched out. They look almost like a plant.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, I just heard myself say that.
I know, right?
and-
I wasn't gonna say anything. But you know, it is what it is.
like foliage, or
Foliage.
like grass or something.
Guess I'm in the wrong climate for horsetail.
Yeah, horsetail is usually like dense forests.
No,
Field
climate.
mushroom. Field mushroom. Not sure if field mushroom is good.
I believe it is.
Sounds kind of generic. It's like saying prairie grass. It's like,
Yeah, it's actually edible. It got an 80 sat on it. Yeah, there's got. Yeah, I believe somebody said that. I think horsetail is a climate thing. Like you got to be in a temperate zone. I don't know.
yeah, you need minimum like rainfall and moisture and stuff like that. Pretty much everything in the game is centered around average temperatures, average rainfall.
54.
Repeat.
Lobster.
All right, we got about 1,000 blocks to go.
Lobster.
Oh, there you guys are. I stopped to pick up those field mushrooms, so got stuck behind a little bit. Andesite.
Yeah, this is where I picked up vast majority of the andesite that we have. Silver, wow, andesite and phyllite, white marble. Bunch more marble. Yeah, white marble is... If you find the right type of rock, you can find a lot of marble. It's the finding of the right type of rock. That is the hard part in this game, is like the type of rock. Because you can go thousands of blocks. And oh, there's more, another giant thing of fire clay. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of fire clay right there. Ooh. Brown coal bits.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, there it is. Look at another one. Yes.
Got a run. Gave me some bandages.
Andy?
Nice of it. Yep,
Ah, that's what Boogie was oohing about.
Ah. Oh.
All right,
Good.
now I don't need claystone, claystone, claystone. Suavite I'll keep. Halite I'll drop. Granite, shale, slate, shale, slate. Low fertility, low fertility, low fertility. I don't need that. Don't need that.
It's all bouncing up because of somebody's magnet.
There we go.
Ooh, hellite. Added no salt.
Drop
Don't
that.
grab too much of it because
Oh,
we've
I'm
got
not
a lot.
grabbing any of it. I'm just marking
Ah, okay.
it.
We got 45 meteor pieces so far.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty good haul.
More white crons.
Well, if you have a saw on you, make a barrel.
Didn't bring a saw.
Actually, I've got one.
I found some wood.
Red wine cap.
Great, I'm
Ooh,
stuck
nice.
around. I'm stuck behind a mountain. Okay, 34.69. I think I went too far. I'm at 35. 35.88.
Oh, more fire clay. They're just taunting us now.
I know. Yeah, it's very typical in games like this. When you're looking for it, you can't find it. But when you're not looking for it, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
See, look at this giant oak tree right here. This thing is majestically large. Why? I want to be able to grow oak trees like this, but I don't know what to change. Like, I thought I changed the right things and stuff, but I might have to add, like, my own tree generator. 'Cause here's another. Look at this. Oh, look at this oak tree right here. This tree is, like, huge. It's huge. It's glorious. I want oak trees like this. I wish I could figure out what tree generator this used and what settings it used, because look at the size of this tree. I loves it.
I'm looking for you and I can't find you. You're stuck behind. I'm stuck
That thing is...
on a mountain. There's a mountain in front of me and I can't.
Oh, here's a fruit tree. Yellow apple.
We got them.
We've got yellow apple.
That's the first time I've seen a fruit tree, though, in this game.
Yep.
A wild one. Remember when they first came out, they were colored different on the map? So they were
Yeah, they had
super
that.
easy to spot, and then he changed it. He's like, yeah,
Not too easy.
no longer colored different. And I'm like, oh, but why?
Little tip for anybody watching that's looking for them. Look in the spring or fall. And if it's one of the ones that goes dormant, their leaves or their branches will be brown, and they're a lot easier to find then.
Yep. Just mark them. Come back for me later.
Here's a weird Stonehenge looking
How are
thing.
you?
Interesting. 25, 40, 46, 94.
I just went and ran around the stupid mountain looking for you guys.
Brown sedge. Sedge.
Oh, well, here you go, Buggy. Look. Now you see your second tree.
Hey, there's a second tree.
Nice. Oh, are these kapok trees?
Kapop.
Purple heart.
Purple heart. Kapox. I mean, they could be, but yeah, purple hearts.
Jack-o'-lantern.
Bald cypress. Do you want one of those?
We've got seeds for that.
Okay.
Fire clay.
We have a couple purple heart seeds. Probably could grow a few more of those.
Is there any tree I should keep an eye out for?
Ooh, lobster. Here's some more lobster mushrooms.
All right.
Bunch of them.
Just went
As far as trees go, I don't know if we're actually
No?
missing any trees. I think we have.
just struck the ground, and there's not a cloud in sight.
All right, this is kind of swampy. Here, there's another. Oh, jackal. There's a new kind, jack-o'-lantern.
I think
Another
the jack-o'-lantern are poisonous. I should check one just to be sure.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Ow, pig! You have a death wish. Pink bonnet. Ow.
Yeah, they're toxic.
And pigs.
Pig's actually attacking you. That's uncommon. I wonder if there's piglets.
There was a female. I think they get aggressive when there's females around.
Don't
Yes.
we all?
Yeah. Yeah, don't we know? Oh,
Oh,
there's
another
my
one right
third.
there.
There's pink apple.
Oh boy, I do not remember. Does anybody know if we have pink?
I don't know about pink.
I believe I did pick up some pink. There should be some stems in the cabinet.
You can grab them.
I'll grab
Huh?
it anyway, just in case.
Found another
Oh.
ruin.
Oh.
Wow, 7 off of that one.
All right. We've deviated a little bit, but now we trend a little bit more to the west. Ooh, runes.
Turtles.
All right. It's going to get pretty thick in here. This forest is very, very dense and hilly.
like me.
as we get close.
Okay, I found a trader.
Radar.
Not a cloud in the sky.
Lost your guys' tags.
2981, 5194.
There we go.
Ah, building mats.
And this is more claystone.
I did not check to see if we actually.
Another giant oak. See, look at these. Oh, these oak trees are just majestic. So whatever change I made
It's got a-
made the natural spawns better, but it didn't make the ones you grow better. So I'm gonna have to look at that and see if I can figure that out. Because yeah, the ones that grow naturally now are phenomenally awesome, and then the ones you plant are all like stubby and ugh. All right, giant lake. Really? Wow. Yeah, giant lake.
Okay, I'm at. Yeah, I'm definitely too far away here.
Wow, a lot of tin on the side of this.
Yeah. All right, now we go up. Up, up, up. Into the
Oh, yeah.
tunnel.
Up, up, up. Where are you?
This is very hard to navigate without the angel belt, so I'm just going to slowly creep in.
I hear bees.
Yeah, when I was out here trying to find it, I found a few bee nests too. I was like, oh, again, one of those
Yeah.
like you only find them when you're not looking sort of thing.
Somebody, Jay Decker said /TP///TPWP. I assume
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a waypoint teleport.
Yeah,
Yep.
100%. I know.
wanted to.
Yeah, we wanted to do the slow way.
Are you inside of a mountain?
Inside of a mountain? Well, we're on top
Well,
of a mountain.
On top.
Oh, that's why I can't find you.
All right. So you're wondering, like, where's the entrance? Right? You're like, where's the entrance? Well, if you come down here, and this is the entrance. This is why it was so damn hard to find. I was looking all over the place for this entrance, and yeah, I was like, wow, it's very, very well hidden.
There's Arm. Don't know if you guys can see Arm yet.
Yeah, Rarm's right next to me.
Nice.
Should we go in now or should we sleep first?
Well, once we go in, the sun don't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be dark
So-
anyway.
True. All right, let's organize my stuff. And what I'm gonna do is we're going to
Don't need your lamps.
blink and
Guess we
one
don't need
more.
our. Do we need our collars or no?
All right.
Probably not.
8.3 days, 8.1 days. Anybody have a door or wood or anything? I'm not sure.
Well, there's doors right here.
You can't operate those doors.
Let me grab a chunk of redwood and I can make us a door.
Yeah, be careful. You don't want to chop the forest down.
Oh, there's doors
Yep.
inside though.
Yeah.
I'm cutting off individual branches to get it. I think I need 2.
What are we doing?
Making a door.
Why is my hand up?
There we go.
Why
Does
why
you
is
have an answer to a question? Or a question to the answer?
why is my hand up? Oh, it's
Uh-huh.
just on this. It's specifically on this rock. Weird. this block here. It's kind of strange.
I assume he wants it there.
Just put it
Ish.
in the thing. Yeah, just
I know. I hit the wrong block. There you go.
now let's see if that
You
made a
guys can
difference.
Put your lamps away.
Oh, 8.5. No.
I have no space. I need.
Oh, okay.
All right. We are at the Resonance Archives, everybody. It's time. Time to head down. This is... Yeah, let's...
Ow.
Oh, what?
Ow.
You're literally standing in front of a torch holder. Thank you. Okay. Other one. Another one. Another one. Another one. I hear somebody eating, and I'm seeing crumbs pass me as I'm walking, as I'm going down. So deep. Oh, it's so deep.
Snicker. Yeah, somebody in chat said you were raising your hand because of the ladder.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming is it was the ladder that was doing it. All right, so yeah, I've got the torches. Ooh, here we go. Oh, I see glowworms.
Need a flare gun.
Wow, this is deep.
Yep.
Yeah, this is an enormous cave. Just one of the reasons why I didn't want to bring the angel belt is you get the full impact of the area.
It's pretty far.
So Bell Workshop, we can't open this without it being powered, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, the schematic file for the Resonance Archive is unbelievably large. Because this entire complex is in one file.
Is that middle thing really loud for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Which way did you guys go? Clockwise or counterclock?
I went clockwise. I didn't know you guys were that far behind me.
What you do?
I'm refill my coffee.
Ah!
Well,
Right up. Yeah, the first half of the stream is me drinking coffee. The second half of the stream is me not drinking coffee. The opposite of drinking coffee. All right, I think we go in. I'm not 100% sure what the order of operations is, but let's go in here anyway. Engineering. Yeah, this is where. Yeah. There's a ton of custom blocks in here that. Yeah. This is one of the coolest structures. It looks like they updated it to include multi-block support. So there's.
wow.
But yeah, we have a couple pieces that we need to repair this thing that are found elsewhere.
So what's it do?
This is basically a generator. This is basically their version of a electric generator.
Well, you got the coal and burnt boiler.
Yeah, there are coal deposits around that we can pick up. So I didn't bring any because there
No, in
should
the
be.
crate. In the crate right here.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yep. 147. But if we light it,
Amplifier diffuser.
oh, it doesn't. The door doesn't close.
Oh,
And there it goes. Yeah, as much as it would be cool if all these things did stuff, they're just generic animations that are synced together. So you can see the desync between this block and this block.
yep.
But yeah, when I talk about like multi-block machines for like vintage, this is what I mean. Like you can have things that are larger than a block. But remember, this thing right here is the thing that's running this whole thing. So this beam, this atmospheric engine beam, is this. It's this block, but it's much, much bigger.
Turn on the lights.
Yeah, there are lights, various lights here and there that click on. Okay, so I think there's a gear missing. Yeah, there's a gear missing over here. Missing large temporal gear, so we have to find that.
A large temporal gear? Oh, okay. You can't make it?
Nope. No, it's found in the structure. But yeah, now you can see we're a little bit lit up here. I can't 100% remember the order of operation. So let's go over here. Now. And this is the commons.
Oh, somebody got a quest or something.
Yeah, I found a scroll. Somebody who doesn't like their job. Ooh, bowls. Ooh, bunch of clay stuff over here.
Yep.
What's that? A jug? Oh, it is a
Yep, there's
jug.
some jugs and
Astrolab. Oh. Music box. Yeah, you can't break blocks, Renegade.
Oh, that's not-
Okay, I don't see a different way. Oh, there's a door over here.
yep, that's to the kitchen. There is a passageway back behind all this rubble. But I think you can get there a different way too. Yeah, I think you're going to the same place I am. Oh,
Need beds.
Wasn't trying to destroy it, I was trying to read it.
Ah. And saw blade. Holy Oh yeah, this one has beds on the ceiling. Yeah. Something was going on here. That's kind of weird.
Found a book.
Nice.
I'll keep it.
Ooh,
Oh,
skeleton on bed. That's not a good thing.
Doesn't sound like a fun time for anybody. There is a ladder down in the kitchen area.
I didn't see that. I was in the. Oh, I wasn't in the kitchen area. This is the kitchen area.
It's right here.
Oh,
Yeah, just wait. Don't run off and start doing stuff on your own because there's
I know,
there's
I
a
was
there's a
letting-
there's a pathway through this place. And
I was letting you know.
stair. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Can I? What? Pulley. There we go.
All the noises.
you have to crouch to get in, I guess. Water.
All right. Quick around here. No, nothing there. Nothing there, but we have a way out over here. And this is reservoir.
And of course, all my torches went out.
So,
And this is waste.
Which is fine, because I can always light them.
yep.
I believe.
Terra
I brought a
Preta.
fire starter, so that's okay. Nothing in here.
Doesn't look like there's anything in here of note.
Do you remember where we are?
What?
What room we're in?
It's the waste room.
This. Yep. Okay. Because yeah, the toilet rooms is right above us.
Toilet
Nothing
room.
down there.
Nothing down there?
In that way.
That's a dead end.
Just watch for holes. I think it's a pretty long drop.
Reservoir we were already in.
I think it's survivable where we are right now. But yeah, we're up there.
Translocator room. Ooh. I think that's new. I don't remember that being a part of it last time. Ooh. Ladder. And here's the bottom.
A lot of noise.
Yup. Yeah, I think the noise is a lot louder than it was before.
there something down here that you had to fight?
Might be now, I suppose, but I don't think there was before. This is one of the few places you can get good visual of the thing in the center before it lights up. I think it lights up.
The thing in the center?
Right here. That's what's making the noise.
Oh.
Yeah, up until you get down here, you don't necessarily even know there's anything in there.
Huh. Now we're going back up.
It would be nice if you could, like, destroy boulders and stuff like that.
Hmm. Okay, where are we going now? What are we doing?
We go over there
I'm not
already?
sure Bucky recalls exactly.
Can't remember the order of operations.
Yep.
I think I gotta go back up one level.
Yeah, this stairwell is blocked.
That's just mean having cracked vessels that we can't open.
Yeah.
Come on.
Man.
I don't think.
Oh, that's just the back room. There is a pathway back here that we haven't gone down. Yeah. Choo. Ugh. Locusts.
All right, this is the other side.
On.
Yep.
Thank you. Where'd you guys go?
We're on the other side of the damn it, I can't think of what they're called.
Kitchen area.
Yeah. Well, where the locusts were. On the other side of that.
You guys took off on me. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. See,
Oh, how'd you get on that side?
I have no idea.
Okay. Probably through here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that's just from the kitchen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Butterfly pin. Emblem. What is the emblem category?
I think Buggy had been in here before.
There, I've got a butterfly pin on me now.
Arm, head this way.
Which way? Oh, that way. Okay.
We're done in here, so don't.
Yep.
Ouch.
It's leading her back to meet up with us because you were leaving.
Hang on, I need to get food.
I've just got all 5 varieties on my bar now. This is a little rough trying to keep together because of all the narrow passages.
Yep.
Anything in here?
Ah, the toilets.
Potsherds. Those are potsherds, everybody. There's a massive typo. Potsherds.
Got a robe. That's a bit of a hug, isn't it?
I think this brings us
Yeah.
back to the exit. If I'm not mistaken.
Candles.
Noble's quarters. Oh. Ooh. Fancy.
Well, it is for nobles.
Two gold ingots. I mean, sure. I don't need the coronet, but
Oh, that's right. We could put candles in the chandeliers too.
Almond piece. Almond piece.
oh yeah, I didn't even think to bring candles.
You're in here. Okay.
Glass tank.
This area is lit up, so that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
That this might be where we need to go for the pieces.
You say this area. Where are you talking?
Where we are, the nobles.
Oh. Yeah. I know we're looking for a part, so look at, definitely look at stuff like sitting on tables and all of that.
Yeah.
See if there's anything uniquely named sitting on a table. Because I know the gear is obviously easy to find because it's just a big green glowing gear, but the other thing is a little more difficult to spot. Because it's some kind of widget. I forgot what the name of it is. A mock piece. Mock piece. Oh,
A zoom tight.
I hear a bell.
Found a gold coronet. Does anybody care?
I don't.
I don't
Enough?
see the bell. Where the hell is the bell?
I'm gonna grab this noble shirt, because why not?
Sounds like it's above us here.
Yeah, I think it is. Gotta be a way to get up there.
Yeah, somebody could just fly their way up there and just take that thing out and come back. That'd be great.
I got it.
Ah.
Yay! Thank you.
I'm not seeing anything in this area that...
Well, I'm pretty sure where I had to fly up to kill that thing is where we have to go next.
We have to go up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm
Why
pretty
don't-
sure this door was locked before.
Yeah, why don't you come down so you're part of us again?
One of us.
Let's find the stairs. That's engineering, and this is the stairs. Okay, up we go.
We're going up, right?
Yes.
Are you behind me? I'm
I am.
not seeing you.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
not
there you
behind
are.
you. I'm in front of you.
Yeah, the library I think is the last place we need to go.
Bell, yeah, Bell Workshop. This was definitely locked before. Makes sense that this is where the bell would be.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did I find a way to get myself stuck?
I don't know.
I think I did.
I'm following Buggy.
That takes talent.
you hit G, so you duck. That helps.
Oh, really? I don't know about that.
Was
G.
using control. Does G go further down?
Well, dude, I don't know how you map your keys. G is
Crouch, I
like
meant.
the sit on the ground key. That's what I use it for. Is like
Yeah.
okay, this is where all the bells are. For whom the bell tolls. Yeah, the amount of time and work that went into like decorating this place, like with all this clutter and ooh, there's a temporal gear.
Found a gear.
I'll take that. Um,
Oh, goody. I was hoping that I'd find sticks somewhere, just in case I needed to make another,
there's the
Torch.
large gear. Yay!
You found it?
I found it. And some lore. Let's read this. So I think the pump is the other thing that we need. I don't know where. But you'll have to enter the library through the maintenance room for now. Don't worry. He won't bother you. Oh, really? Who's he?
That's what I said. I think there's like this beastie down here.
I like this little effect that they have here. It makes it look like this room was sort of like fractionated, like temporarily displaced, and it's like like something massively bad happened in this area.
Yep. Back in that big open room with all the like scroll racks. Look up when you get in that room again. It's another.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you light it, let me go up here. Yeah, this effect. Just the sheer number of shelves in this room, like thousands of shelves in this room. If you come up here and you fly up here, like just placing all of those would have taken a couple hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy how much stuff is just in this room alone. But yeah, this place is just crazy. Crazily designed.
And then those wooden, I assume those are like support beams.
Yeah, that's a
across
job.
the-
I mean, that's a job I want, right? Because Tyrone paid somebody to make this place,
Yeah.
right? So this place doesn't just spring up out of nowhere. Somebody had to go through and build the entire complex, and they don't do that stuff for free. You pay for this stuff. So
I'm eating.
I just couldn't imagine. I mean, that's such a dream job for a builder.
Falling behind.
Okay, we need to go back to engineering, which
Down a level,
Think-
ain't it?
it's down a level.
Yeah.
I think the stairs are over here.
Where'd you guys go? Oh, there you are.
Yep. They went this way.
That's the exit.
Oh yeah, you guys took a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Yeah. Dun, dun. Library. You go down. Engineering. And then here's the gear. That gets that run up and running. Let's refill the coal over here. There we go.
This one over here is missing a liquid pump.
Liquid pump. All right, so that's the thing that we're ooh. Hello, black coal. They really make sure you have enough coal.
Yeah. And if you have any unlit torches, you can light them in the boiler.
Oh, really?
Yep. Buggy's starving.
No, I'm getting hit by the coal that's dropping.
Oh,
Because it's when you pile it up like that, it's gravity adjusted. Okay, so that should have unlocked another room or something, another area. Yeah, I think it's either over and up or Noble's quarters. We're already there. I think we should. Okay, so that room is still blocked.
I'm gonna take another look in the noble's quarters just to make sure.
Okay, the room right below engineering is open now. I think maybe that one. Go down here. Oh. Really? Or did I go too far?
I don't think we can go down that way.
Is there another staircase?
I thought
Common. We've already
Wait,
been
wasn't
all.
there a ladder to go down?
That's to go down to the very, very bottom.
What about the it wouldn't be in the commons area?
No, I don't think so. That was like all the dorm rooms.
Yeah.
Um,
Wait, no, we gotta go into that kitchen area. There was a ladder that goes down into the reservoir.
right, kitchen area. Which
think that's the next one over here. Yeah, in here.
Commons. And then this back room back here. Or was it?
Oh, over here.
Right. Okay. Get it. There we go. And magically, Oz is already down here.
I took a shortcut. I jumped from above.
He YOLO'd it right off the...
Yep.
Yeah, this door is open now. Translocator room. Gee, what could be in here? Hey, look at that. A bunch of translocators. How about that?
Ah! I never saw it coming.
So... The YOLO?
Yeah, I'm gonna look around to see if there's any items in here. That one's active. Wow.
Ooh, I have torch holders I can put torches. Nice.
Where'd you guys go?
Translocator. I was standing on it and disappeared.
Oh, okay.
Oh, saw blade. All right, let's see if there's any old thing. I think what we're trying to look for
Pump is probably in here.
is a pump. 'Cause, yeah, it is in here. I remember seeing one. Last time we were in here. So we just have to hopefully not lose our way.
Oh, we're supposed to pay attention to where we're going?
Well, only if you want to not die under here. I found it.
Did you
Wow.
find it?
Mining machine. That is a wicked cool looking thing. God, how many different materials are in that? You guys ponder that while I go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Squeeze past Buggy here.
Got another butterfly pin.
Yeah, you can put those in the second slot down on the right-hand side of your character
Oh.
window.
Well, I already got a butterfly.
All right.
Found another one.
Yeah, that
Yep.
is crazy. Okay. All right.
How did I
Making our
miss
way. Making our way back. Can you mine stuff in here? Nope.
Nope, I checked.
Of course.
I think back down this way.
that?
Yeah, I'm
stuck.
just.
But if you want to explore it all, that works too.
Oh, there we go. I'm not stuck anymore.
Put all this black coal in here.
Yeah. So mean.
I guess this is where they were mining all the coal that they were using in their boiler room?
Yup, must have been.
Have you already explored down here?
I don't think he's explored everything yet, but
Yeah, I got what we needed. I mean, the rest is pretty much the same everywhere. Oh, there's even iron in here. Nice.
yeah, lot of iron.
None of it mineable.
Yup.
Would have been nice to be able to mine that black coal.
Well,
I hear something.
No. Buggy put a torch down and I picked it up immediately.
Where? Oh man, you guys get ahead of me.
where is the room to get? Where's the room to go back?
Where I am.
I was able to finagle myself
Oh, I
into
see your-
what looks like a secret area.
Oh, there we go.
Stay put, Renegade, while I use your label.
Found renegade.
There
Yay!
it is. All right. Okay. Heading back. Let's see. Guess we have to go through the reservoir.
Yeah.
Not this way. Anything in the secret area, Oz?
Oh,
I've got a ruined
down there.
double-headed axe. Yeah, I'm still down here.
Sweet.
oh, okay.
There it be. There was a couple other things, but nothing too noteworthy.
Where'd they go?
Reservoir up the ladder.
Oh, yes, right.
Ugh. So lost.
Which side? We gotta go back up. Which is that way.
I thought the stairwell was over here. Oh,
It's right there.
oh. So lost.
What are we doing? Oh, that's right.
No, that's the Bell Workshop. Where the hell is engineering? It's in the middle. I thought it was in the middle. Renegade. Pretty sure it's in the middle. It's like,
That's the library.
yeah, it's,
Oh, right here.
yeah.
You walked by it.
Yep.
Okay. This one over here needs the pump head. Let's refill this.
go up because the library just opened up.
Yep.
Wow.
Yay,
Gotta
library.
go down. Oh, go up. It's alright. So easy to get turned around in this place.
It is. Do we drop down into the pit of... Yeah, there's the... We gotta wait for the others. Where's Oz?
Sorry, I got ambushed. So I was a little bit behind.
Ooh.
Ah. Loud music. Ow.
Poor guy. Been ambushed here for a few thousand years.
Yeah.
Just sort of like... Just immobilized, unable to move. No wonder he was pissed. What are you doing? Oz, you broke the rules.
I thought he
I'm
wasn't
trying-
supposed to attack you.
I saw a secret area and I was wondering, I'm backtracking it now to see how you get there. Oh, it's not so secret.
Gasifier tank. More sticks and straw.
Well, that's just infinite. Okay. Okay. It's going.
There's a door. Ooh.
Oh yeah, it lit it up.
Wow.
Beautiful. Look at this place. This is crazy. There's the glider schematic. And the library resonator. Search for a recent recording. Growing louder and clear, the resonator produces these disembodied sounds that throw right in front of you. Voice whispers, what do you reckon it's here for? Quiet, damn you, I can hear you.
And there are so many lore books on these shelves. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm collecting them all.
Hmm.
I think you missed one over here. Let's see if I can get it.
Oh. I just randomly click on it. Wow. Oops. Yeah, look at this place. It's huge.
Mhm.
So, this is the archive or the library. It's obvious. But the loot list for this room can be modded. So my entry point for vintage engineering, I want to put loot, like a book, in this library, the loot list for this library, so it's possible to come across more than one. But have a book that when you read it, instead of giving you like lore, because when you right click a lore book, it literally it runs code, right? You are activating it, which is why you never find lore books, two of the same lore book, because it knows which ones you found and then it gives you a new one, right? So you could have a book in here that when you use it, it actually unlocks recipes. I also found a secret. Where? Over here.
Yep, right over here, underneath the staircase.
Ooh. Wow. Jonas part. Forgotten noble shirt. And tuning cylinder vintage story, which we...
And there's that claymore.
Yeah.
Unplaceable, so you should be able to pick it up.
Yeah. Ruined claymore. Make a good decoration.
Okay, apparently you can't replace stuff on the ground. Because I've got that ruined axe that I found too. I don't know if you can see me equipped with it.
Yeah. Huh. Well,
it's
we
only
can't.
got-
You can't place stuff here because it's all locked down. You can't place
Yep.
blocks, and ground storage is placing technically a block.
Right.
Man, you can make a batch of glue and just spend days in here trying to glue
Yeah.
everything together. Yeah, but just the crafting of this, just the library, must have taken weeks. All the detail and stuff.
Yeah, crazy amount of detail work.
Fancy aged carved acacia log. I don't know. Is this even possible to craft? Carved. Fancy
Oh,
carved.
bunch-
Oh, you can. Looks like yeah, looks like Better Runes adds the ability to craft these. Fancy carved acacia logs.
May as well grab these candles for now.
Yeah, imagine like coming in here with a bunch of glue and gluing all the bookshelves, like trying to transfer this entire structure over to your like base and then rebuilding it. That'd be crazy.
Would you be able to pick the stuff up with the glue? Or would it...
Good. Yeah, maybe you couldn't. Maybe you couldn't pick it up because it's all. But there's definitely, there's definitely a way to run a command to clear the
claim,
thing.
Probably.
Yeah, you can. Server owners could clear the claim for sure. Hourglass. What is this? Deformed human skull. Well, that's fun to have.
Ah, you found the museum.
This is the storage device prototype. Interesting. This is strange device.
Well, here's a question. Since we don't know what humans look like, how do we know it's a deformed human skull?
Right?
I'm assuming it's labeled, but you know, details.
Chinese hat up here.
Like there's so much stuff in the main room, and then you go off to these side rooms, and there's just like they're just full of more stuff.
Yeah. 1 second you're like, okay, I'm almost through it. And then you go, oh, there's side rooms too.
Up to the top floor.
Little demoralizing.
Oh man, there's another floor on top of this one.
Long hallway. More stairs going up.
Abacus. Neat.
Yeah.
You know, one time I was having a conversation with somebody and I mentioned you know, the fact that we count to 10 because we have 10 fingers, and they're like, no, but it's because of math. Oh.
Yeah. The things not taught in schools these days is kind of alarming.
Yeah.
One thing that I was taught in math class was the basics of how to convert a number to binary.
Really? What math
Yeah.
class was that in?
Yeah, that's surprising.
Math theory.
Math
Took my
theory.
group.
What grade was that in?
Junior.
Math theory.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Like our final in that class, it took me about 3 hours to do it. It was 6 math problems. Like the
What,
problem
convert?
typed out was the width of a page. And
Wow.
we had to prove, because it was a full equation with the answer already there, and you had to prove it was correct. You had to write it out step by step by step, and I mean, I love the class because it really made you think.
Huh.
Does it show?
You gotta take your helmet off. There you go. Noise. The Chinese hat.
Yes, I think us has to wear that from now on.
Found that in a one of the little display cases.
Interesting.
Um,
So if you make the glue, you can fix the Jonas lamp.
Ah, nice.
yeah, you can
And it lights
you
up.
can fix damn near anything with the glue. It's just you can't break anything here.
Yeah. No, I just that chest in the secret room that you found there, Oz.
Yeah.
Did you look in it?
I didn't look at all of them. No. Oh, okay.
There's a lens apparatus and a Jonas lamp.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I did see those.
I didn't grab them, but
All right.
is that everything?
Yeah, I think it is. I got the glider schematic, which is one of the main reasons like to come here. It's the only place in the game the glider schematic. It's basically like an elytra is essentially what they're going for here.
Not an ornithopter. I see Oswald back in there.
Yeah, I may as well grab the stuff. I'm getting extra space now because all my food is either rotting or
All right. So yeah, they're not done with the lore. I think there's another, like the next update. He's hinted that it's going to be the next step, right? So you have whatever the next step is, which I'm assuming is going to be probably dealing with this giant machine, whatever this thing is for. You know, this thing has a purpose for sure.
Is it actually going?
I mean, there's nothing to it. Like, it's basically hollow. Yeah, there's nothing. It's non-corporeal. You can just kind of fly right through it. But I'm assuming there's going to be something to do with this thing. Either that or this is the thing that ruined humanity, killed everybody. But yeah, I don't remember these like fins off the side of it last time. But it is what it is.
I think it had the fins.
I think it had these little things sticking out. Okay.
I think so.
Are we leaving now?
Oh, I think we've seen it all.
I'm just following Renegade around.
Can be dangerous to your
There's a
health.
picture.
Yeah, that's dangerous to do.
Don't follow Renegade.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Get people lost all the time, including myself.
Okay, then I won't follow you.
I was thinking the thing in the center lit up a little bit.
No,
You think so?
no, it didn't light. It's yeah. It's basically you can fly through it. It's not even a solid thing. It's just one giant 3D model of something. So it's
Yeah.
not even built out of blocks. It's a thing. I don't even know what it is inside of the code. All right, I'm not going to climb up this goddamn ladder the whole way up here. Nope, not going to do it.
Do you need one of us to stick around, Death, so you can find your way out?
No, I can get out.
Okay. 5 minutes later.
Oh.
Where am I? Why have I gone anywhere? Okay.
I'm totally cheating and gonna fly off.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm not gonna climb that ladder.
Nope.
Okay, so while we're here, since we're so far down here,
Since you're down there. Well, it's-
we could, since it's like, well, I guess it's 4 a.m. Might as well tough it out before sunrise. But I was thinking, like, just since we're so far down, just like doing some more exploring, trying to find like bell peppers and
Yeah.
Well, it's dark right now.
holy
Your
chickens.
chickens.
So many chickens. Chickens are like,
Yeah.
I can't fly. Yeah, this mountainous area is rough to navigate. Deer! There's deer! Oh dear.
Actually, there's a dungeon. Hang on.
Andesite, zinc, tin, chromium, basalt. More basalt below us.
Oh, okay. The Resonance Archives.
Okay. Oh,
Ah,
is
it's
that
on the
lightning?
verge of morning.
Oh, that was lightning. Nice.
Huh.
Yep. Sun is.
Ram. Or you. You.
Oh, we're still so far up.
Yeah.
And we Superman it way down. We.
The Y
Whee.
levels in this game get pretty crazy.
Yeah, and we're default world size, 256 height. You can go up to 1024. So imagine how big the mountains would be at 1020. Like they would. Whew, the verticality of the game gets extreme at those levels.
When you change that default height, does it change the height you start at?
Yes. Yeah, everything sort of scales by percentage. Oh, I see him flying around. I guess are we abandoning the no fly rule?
Oh,
No.
I do it just
I
so
went
I
up
can.
and over the mountain. Ooh, a hot spring.
Oh, is that a ruin in the distance?
I was gonna say, we might be getting close to this hot springs. Cool. Yeah, we found that. What was that? 2 worlds ago, Buggy?
What?
The hot springs.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That is so cool.
And they are hot, don't get in there.
I would imagine so, yeah. Sludgy gravel. Hot spring bacteria, Matt. Yeah, it tells you it's 87 degrees. A little toasty. Sludgy gravel. Rather than going east, I'm going to go south.
Ah, there you guys are. I think.
Claystone, andesite, zinc, nickel. Yeah. Only got. I've got the report ores feature enabled on my rock sniffer. You can obviously disable that. And it respects servers, so a client can't override that setting. Because I know server owners would cry foul if people were able to override that.
For vintage engineering, do you think you'll want to do anything with the sludgy gravel? Or the hot springs areas? Any of those blocks, or I can't really think of any.
I don't even know what you get when you mine them up. Like, do you get that color of block back, or does it just drop gravel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to pick up the fact that that's a hot spring and try to do something with that, but I don't know if it actually simulate or if the water is actually that temperature, like the actual block. Oh, so much clay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that is a giant. Look at that. Is that an oak tree up on the top of that hill? Look at the size of that damn tree up there. That is crazy.
Yeah, that's oak.
Damn it. Why can't I grow those? I want to grow those. These things are so majestic. It's like glorious.
Oof, more high fertility soil.
That is a beautiful tree.
This is just luck.
Clay, lead, borax, quartz, andesite, and peat. Oh, that's forest.
Check. You have a
Termite mounds. So we're into basically savanna-ish type climate. Claystone. Andesite, tin, titanium, quartz, and chromium.
Yeah, it's too bad that with when you finally get vintage engineering going, it might be like a really good idea to have it take advantage of those hot springs.
Yeah, but they're so rare. Like, that's the only one that I've seen in the, on this entire map. So relying on those for some fundamental thing.
It's like trying to find lava, right?
Right, but the reason the lava is so difficult to find is the reason why I don't really want to use it for anything. Because it's like, ooh, found cassava. Do we have cassava?
Yeah, we got cassava.
Okay.
What I would do is, like crafting paths or whatever, I'd have multiple routes. If you happen to find a hot spring, you can cut off a tier or two in your crafting chain to do something. But that's the thing, I don't even know what.
Well, basically what you would use it for is preheating the water going into a boiler so you don't have to use as much fuel.
Yep.
So it's like you just pump the hot water in, and if the water is 87 degrees, then you only need to raise it by 13 more degrees in order to boil it to spin a steam engine. Whereas, water from an ocean might be 20 degrees, and you'd have to bring that up quite a lot.
Yeah.
Sunflowers, I know we have those.
I was thinking there might be other things like sulfur. You can get sulfur from hot spring areas.
Yeah, I mean, sulfur is an ore in the world, though, so you can already find that in pretty large veins underground. So much easier finding plants on the prairies like this because they stick out pretty heavily. Cactus.
Cat mint.
No, cactus don't drop any. Cat mint
Yeah,
is
I think
a
it's just
generic
the
flower.
saguaro.
Yeah, if you happen to find one that has fruit on it, you can pick the fruit, but you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't last very long either.
It's actually kind of surprising that you can't grow cactus. You'd think that cactus are such a specifically important thing in Minecraft that he probably was like, well, I'm going to include cactus, but you're literally not going to be able to mine it. Yeah, here's one with fruits on it. So you can pick the fruit. And yeah, saguaro fruit. You can juice it.
Yep.
Saguaro juice. 60 saturation.
Oof, that's pretty low.
Yeah. I mean, a red currant is 80 saturation. So,
Yeah.
And it's extremely rare to find a saguaro with fruit on it. Like, very, very rare.
What I was figuring was that he's got something in mind for them. He just hasn't implemented it yet. The saguaro's cactuses. Because he doesn't want to do the typical growth method.
Well, to be fair, the saguaro itself is a plant that, because my mom winters in Arizona and they have saguaros, and when you see a really tall saguaro with arms that stick out of it, the saguaro doesn't actually start growing an arm until it's 80 years old. So when you see a saguaro, a big one with two big arms on it, that plant is 150 years old. That's how long it takes for those plants to actually grow, for those cactus. So I mean, as far as like in the game, because he's trying to go for realism, or getting as close to it as possible, it makes sense that you can't plant a saguaro at home and have it grow like a Minecraft cactus. It's because they take so long to grow. It's like a tree, like it's like growing a really big tree. They just take decades and decades to do. So I understand why, but I mean, there's a lot of things you could get out of a cactus.
Yep.
Andesite. Oh no, it's just andesite quartz. Nope.
Such a silly person,
Still haven't seen any. Seen a bunch of sunflowers, a few cassavas here and there, but no peppers.
Yeah.
It might not even be in the game yet.
We've seen them.
The
It
files
just-
are all there. Like, they should be present. Yeah, bell peppers are in. Obtained by breaking mature bell pepper plant.
Okay.
Pickled peppers are in. Bell pepper seeds are in. It has 19 growth stages, people. 19 growth stages.
Wow. Why so much?
I did my farming mod does make it very resilient. -15 to +50. It's just finding the damn things. Like, I don't know.
Mind you, green peppers would it be a high yield, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you do get quite a few of them. Oh, found soybeans. Oh,
Yeah, got soybeans. Wow, I am finding so many berries out here. I gotta start passing them up now.
and yes, you can harvest the termite mounds and then eat the termites.
Yep.
Yum.
Protein.
What is this? Mediterranean cypress.
Yeah, grab that. You don't need the wood because it drops the
Firewood?
it drops firewood, but if it drops any seeds, it's the only way to get seeds. Amaranth, I'm pretty sure we have amaranth already.
Yep. I've been passing amaranth up. Oh, yep. It dropped some seeds. Excellent. Now I just have to
Claystone,
find
limestone,
space.
andesite, nickel, chromium.
Slipped my mind that I don't have any tools, but then I just remembered, wait a minute, I can make a flint tool and do what I need to do
Yeah.
with that. I'm such a silly person sometimes.
Okay, apparently gazelles aren't tameable. Yeah, I just don't know what's considered a goat and what's not. Because, like, muskox, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This area is so bright, it's starting to bug my eyes out.
Ooh, ebony tree.
Nice.
Should have brought the shears with me. I think we have a few ebony seeds. Pretty sure we do. Cassava. Cassava. Ooh, now this is tropical. Kapok leaves. Fern tree. Let's see if we can find something over here. Tropical fruit trees as well. You would find pomegranate. I don't even know what other ones there are.
Yeah, I should have taken stock of what specific varieties we have.
Think is I'm not sure if there's like. Hang on a moment. I thought there was like. Shouldn't it be like citrus?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's a couple.
I'm pretty
Varieties of
sure,
citrus
yeah, there's a couple
trees.
citrus. Just don't know. Pock. Lots of pock.
Cherry trees, mangoes, orange tree, peach tree. I thought there was a citrus, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think citrus is probably something added by something else.
Well, if orange trees are in, that's citrus.
Yeah, orange tree. Yeah, mango is also a citrus.
Mangoes are citrus?
Thought they were. I could be wrong.
That might be one of those things where it's like, is it, or is it like really close? They
Aha!
what
Orange.
was it?
I found an orange.
Nice. Man, I saw somewhere that they're thinking of reclassifying potatoes.
Oh, it's growing before my very eyes.
Oh wow.
Is there a tuber?
The decision is should it be a vegetable or a grain?
A potato?
For what?
It's a
Yep.
tuber.
Well, yeah, but as far as food category, like the food pyramid and stuff like that, because tuber isn't on there. But yeah, they're wondering whether they should classify potatoes as a grain or a vegetable. Because what was that, like a couple weeks ago I mentioned something about potatoes, and I was looking it up to see if I could find a source. I didn't, but I did stumble upon the whole vegetable versus grain thing.
Well, I would say I would put it in with vegetables, not with grains.
I got 13 orange tree
Although
cuttings.
You can make bread out of
Nice.
potatoes.
Yep, but usually you have to have something else with it.
Yeah.
Back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. long that took us.
Yeah, I didn't think to pay attention to that.
How long will it took?
The expedition, I assume?
Expedition.
Do what? What are we talking about?
How long
it
did our
took to do
expedition
the
take?
archive?
We are just shy of 4 hours right now, so
Wow.
so
It's
probably like somewhere between 2 and 3.
About 2 hours.
That's not
Ooh, there's some ruin action.
You know that there's a cathedral or not a cathedral, a big church with a dungeon in it.
I found a cairn in a ruin. Yeah, Renegade and I already went and explored a cathedral. I think I found another one besides that too. How did they do the support chain? Interesting.
Wow, that's a pretty low to the ground bee nest.
Yeah, you gotta like those.
Yeah.
Makes it easier to give them flowers.
Yeah. Not to mention the find.
Rather than the pedestal kind of thing. Have to build up the ground in order to bring the flowers up to the hive.
Yeah.
I hope my crops haven't died. Hello. I will grab you.
Interesting. I found a set of ruins. It's got like thatch roofing on the houses or the huts.
Yep. Like a village kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, there's such a thing as sod roofing. Wonder if you can craft that.
Yep.
Neat.
Lots of red currant down here.
Yeah, I've been passing up the berries.
Yep.
We're gonna be getting a harvest of that soon too. So
Yep. What I'm looking for is the mushrooms.
why for?
They're good to cook with, aren't they?
Not really. Most um most vegetables are 100, whereas mushrooms are always 80,
Yeah.
as far as I've seen.
Well,
Interesting. Ruined stiletto.
guess there's not much point.
They're good travel food.
Was that?
Mushrooms. Just munch on them as you're traveling.
Yep. Still haven't found any green marble.
Well, I think we had found a source of green marble.
Yeah, since we live in a limestone area, it's marble is actually pretty common to find, just because it's found in sedimentary rock, so and it has to be on the basically like the top half of the rock layer.
Yeah.
Anywhere you find marble, you can probably find little pockets of green and pink marble. Granite, paradite, titanium. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All this time, and I still all the even the super cheaty rock sniffer still haven't found kimberlite. Like, it's crazy how rare that stuff is. Still haven't found any bell peppers, which is crazy. Makes me think we're in the wrong biome or something.
Yep. You're just gonna have to look for an area with a lot of basalt. The only thing missing from VS is a rotation, I think. So that you can actually, like, chase the sun kind of thing. So you always have daylight.
Huh. That would be hard considering how fast the sun goes by. Like, you can't even do that on Earth without a supersonic jet. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, so you'd have to be traveling quite fast with the angel belt to be able to stay up with the sun. All right, everybody, get ready to sleep, or at least find a decent spot.
All right, I'm finding a spot.
Me too.
Empty out
Oh,
my
say
inventory here.
I'm sure nobody can get up here.
Okay. Are we all ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just trying to make a safe spot for me. Just have to make sure that nothing can get up here. Okay.
I'm laying.
I'm
Yep.
in.
And a fresh new day.
Yep.
Well, I scoured that one desert that I was at pretty thoroughly, and I didn't find any peppers. So I'm gonna see if I can find another one.
Might have to go south, like really south.
I mean, I'm almost 10,000 blocks south, and
Yeah,
I
I
have
never
not
found
seen them.
any green peppers.
So that makes me think like if they're not, I've passed through savannas and deserts, and like they're nowhere. So it makes me think like maybe it's more not necessarily temperate, but almost Arctic. Is that possible? Like I don't even
No, I
know.
think
No.
it's like no. I think green peppers are like a South America type thing.
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be a some of them are tropical, actually tropical.
So I say South America.
Finding lots of cassava.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I think cassava is grows alongside it. So if you're finding cassava, you should be able to find peppers.
unless the plant is just really well camouflaged.
Yeah, that's why I'm when I'm in those areas, I fly around. I know it's cheating, but
I've been doing that for quite some
okay.
time. uh,
Green marble or white marble.
gold ore, quartz.
White marble.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is a heck of a patch of fire clay. Holy moly.
Quartz, tin, cinnamon, gold. I'm in a granite ocean. It seems amazing how common granite is.
Yeah,
Which makes sense. I mean,
Wait,
all the continents are made out of granite, so
fair. Oh, that would be a meteor.
on a peanut. Peanuts.
All right, we've
You got peanuts.
got
already.
some peanuts, so you don't need to if you're low on space at all.
Trying to find any plant. High fertility soil.
Yeah, you'll probably find cherry trees down there as well.
Yeah, cherries.
Yeah.
Cherry is one of those. It's a weird. I have
Yeah,
a
but
weird
it's not-
I have a weird like thing with cherries. Like I love the cherry flavor, but I hate eating cherries. So like cherry flavored stuff like candy or something I love, but I do not like eating cherries.
I like Bing cherries.
Especially like
Other
the cherries you get at like the holiday season that are like full of things. Oh god, gross.
like rum cherry.
Like yeah, they're just like
You don't like rum cherry?
I don't like eating cherries period of any kind or caliber. It's just
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah.
Nah, I don't feel bad, Buggy. I'm the same way.
So disappointing.
On another big patch of high fertility, so and another big patch of high fertility. Wow.
So it's like the texture of cherries.
It's not. No, I wouldn't say it's the texture of it. It's like the flavor that I grew up with candy and with everything, doesn't match the flavor of cherries. Right? It's like
Yeah.
when I eat a nice cherry, like an actual cherry, my brain is expecting a flavor and it's not getting that, and so it just rejects it. It's like ooh.
Yeah. Which is funny because it's like, oh, I don't like the natural thing, but this whole fake thing, that's what I'm after.
Common moral mushroom.
Yeah, they're edible.
Yeah, Morel's
Ow.
going.
God damn pigs, leave me alone. Jesus. Scared
I
the
think
crap.
they grow out where you are too, but yeah, in our area it's Morel season pretty soon.
Oh, I found a meteor.
Sweet.
Good.
I can't mine it, but I found one.
Can't mine it. You don't even have an iron pick?
I don't have one with me, no. I bring them. Anyways, you want the whereabouts of it then?
No, we don't. We don't need to.
Okay.
If you want to mark it for later, you
will.
can.
It is marked.
You know, I remember last time we were looking for bell peppers, we like were giving up and heading back, and found like one or two then.
Sounds about right.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Because I keep saying to myself, it's like, yeah, he had to have removed them, but you know, since we had that incident in the past, well, can't necessarily say that.
Yeah, I'm not. Just walk through another tropical zone. No dice. It's subtropical.
It's not very realistic, but it'd be nice if there was a, you know, compass of some kind to find specific plants.
Yeah.
That would be a gnarly bit of code because you'd have
Oh,
you'd have to dive in somehow into the random generator and try to find stuff that's not yet generated. Like I don't even know, like in Minecraft, how those compasses work, like the structure compass or the biome compass. Like no idea how those work. I mean, the biome compass really isn't translatable because we don't have biomes in this game. But
Yeah.
trying to find a
Yeah,
specific block, because one of the ideas I had was a compass for meteors, right? Similar to like how applied energistics work. But the meteors, the way those generate, at least when I looked, and this was a version or two ago, when I looked, I thought maybe I could use the POI system, because the POI, you can register things in the POI registry, and when you're exploring around, so like an example would be adding code to the beehives. So when a wild beehive spawns, it actually adds itself to the POI registry. And then you could create a compass that looks at that POI registry and says, ooh, what's around you in that registry? That is doable. But trying to find a single block amongst the trillions of blocks around you, no dice. That would never happen. Way too much volume to look at. I mean, it could technically do it, but your computer would freeze for an hour and a half while it walked all the blocks around you. It's just not realistic. So, but there might be a way to inject code. So if it spawns, it adds itself to the POI registry, and then your compass would read that. But
that's kind of more what I'm thinking. You have to get to the biome, but once you do, you'll load a whole bunch of chunks around you, and then if there's one, it can help
right.
you out.
Yeah, that's definitely possibility. But what stopped me when I was looking at it was that the meteors did not register with the POI registry when they spawned in. I still haven't found the code that actually spawns those meteors in. I have no idea how they spawn in. Like what random crazy shenanigans controls when they spawn in, and I'm having no luck trying to find the rock types that I was missing. Fire clay as well. That was a lot of fire clay. Wow. That was a lot of fire clay. Oh my god. 14 stacks of fire clay in that one deposit. That was a lot of fire clay.
Yeah.
And there's more right here. Do I dare? No, I don't dare. That was a lot of fire clay.
Wow. Okay, that's humorous. It's like an upside down oak tree. Oh no, that's a branch from a tree that's growing quite a ways away.
Yeah, those damn oak trees are
Jeez.
huge. I want to grow them, but goddamn, like I don't know how.
Hell.
The tweak that I made. Oh, here's another orange tree. Let's see if this one grows right before my eyes. I think what happens when they spawn in is the game like accelerates their growth, so it looks, you know, because all the other trees spawn in fully grown, but these, you know, don't. Is it gonna tree stay young? Oh, there it goes. Yep, it's slowly growing right before our eyes.
Nice.
Oh. So I'm hoping when we make it back to the base, that the machines that I plop down are completely foobarred. I've got enough orange stems. I can not mine and harvest that for now.
Yeah, I'm probably only gonna have one or two of each type of plant,
Bismuth
but
I'll
then
take.
some of them won't take root.
Oh. Bismuth? Holy Moses, this goes deep. And basalt. But we are literally right on top. Okay. A tiny, minuscule amount of basalt. Okay, I get it. Gold, I'll take that. Sure. Yeah, it's these kind of bubbles, this basalt. This is how you would find kimberlite. It's just like a random... Holy titanium. Damn. That is a lot of titanium. Wow. Yeah, I doubt there's be any diamonds in this. Yeah, it's only one block thick. Definitely. Oh, there's a lot of gold in here. I guess andesite is the place to find gold, because wow. Ow, sir. That was rude. Or bismuth. Don't mind if I do.
Found some termite mounds. Could you imagine being in a survival situation to the point where you look at a termite mound and go, that looks like lunch?
Yeah, well, the body does weird things when it's hungry.
Oh yeah.
It makes things sound appetizing that you normally wouldn't even consider eating. So yeah, if you got hungry enough, you'd look at a thing of termites and go, "Yeah, that's food. I'm gonna eat that." And you wouldn't even think it was icky. It would be like, "Oh, that's so good." Like it would be good to eat. Your body would be very thankful.
Yup.
But it's a weird thing to think about. Like, I felt a cat. Is there a cat? Yep, there's a cat. Where is it?
Yeah, I tried explaining that kind of thing to somebody. He was a younger guy, so it makes sense. But yeah, it blew his mind that when people starve, they can go through that kind of transition.
Yeah, people who've never been hungry can't fathom what it's like to be very, very hungry.
Yeah.
And here's another thing to blow a person's mind when it comes to that kind of thing. If you go a long time without eating, as in like prisoner of war or God forbid like a concentration camp kind of situation, right? And you're like skeletally thin, and then you get rescued and they give you a bunch of food, you can die from eating the food because your body is not used to eating all of that food. And this is what happened when they liberated in World War II, when they finally liberated the concentration camps. These people were literally the skeletons walking around, and so the GIs just started giving them all of their rations, right? All these MREs and all these rations, and many of the people died because of the food. All of a sudden, they had a massive influx of food, and they started dying. And doctors came in and were like, "Stop giving them food. We need to you just have to ease your way into it." It's just
There was, I think it was a mini series called Band of Brothers. I think that delved into it. And yeah, in that show, not only did they go to that extent, but they had somebody, like a commanding officer, come in, and he's like, he just sounded heartbroken when he's saying this. He's like, all you men, you have to go out there and actually take that food back from them.
Yeah.
And they're just stunned. Just like, why? And he explained it to them that if they eat too quickly, they're going to kill themselves.
Yep. It's a
and
weird.
Just imagine being in that position.
God. Hopefully they explained it to all these people first. Like, we need to ease your way back into food because you would literally die if you ate all this food. Like,
even if they explained it, though, they wouldn't. In the state they were
right.
in,
There's yeah.
I mean, they were probably starving to the point of literally being insane.
Yeah, look at these freaking oak. Look at that oak. Isn't that the most majestic freaking oak tree? That is so awesome. I want to grow those.
But I found a meteor. I didn't find. Let's see, I found 17 meteor pieces, but the swavite is enormous.
Sweet.
See, I think
I found a pomegranate.
Was 108.
I'm waiting for it to grow.
Nice.
I'm waiting for it to grow some more.
Okay.
So I can trim it. Holy cow! There we go. Now we're growing.
Seven blocks of swavite in height, in kind of a sphere shape.
Wow, that's a pretty big bubble.
Yeah.
Are you done growing? It says tree stay young, and yet it's like huge. One
The
more.
problem is I don't have enough inventory space for all this.
Should have made you a set of better inventory thingies.
Yeah. I've got a few tools that are well, not necessarily garbage, but I can get rid of. Just place them on the walls. I don't like to leave entities laying about. if at all possible. Which technically, I suppose there are entities there, but you know, like floating entities, let's say.
Olive. Found olive.
Nice. Don't recall if we have that one either.
All right, sun is setting. Going to be very, very hard to find anything. Sun setting, sun.
Yep.
Wow, cat, you were just over here, and you opted out. Now all of a sudden you want to. Okay. Cat's prerogative.
Yeah, you know, for the bell peppers, if I recall correctly, they were all stuck at the single stage growth.
Yeah, they weren't functioning properly.
Yeah. Don't know. I should do a little bit of research into see if they're even functional now. Because if they're not, what's the point in looking for them?
Yeah.
I could buy some more blue cheese. Guys, offering blue cheese.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, on the wiki, it says they're not implemented as of 1.16.4, but that was a few versions
That's
ago.
many versions.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to sleep?
Yep, let me get my bed down and
We're sleeping
All right.
now.
Sun is down.
Hold on. Give me a moment.
I'm laying down.
Bed. On my bed.
I'm laying down.
There is a mod that makes it so only one person has to sleep.
Yeah.
I think it would look weird for everybody else because time would be fast forwarding.
yeah.
Damn it. I need to eat something first.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yep, we're all sitting down. Okay.
Oh, I just heard a rift open near me. That's great. And it disappeared. There. No. Oh. Oh. Nice big. Wow. Very nice ruin. And there's a teleporter. Warping space-time. This is what loads. So basically looking for another translocator and then loading that chunk.
Oh, I want flax.
Okay, yeah, from the sounds of it, he hasn't gotten around to finishing bell peppers.
Oh, really?
Yep.
is weird because it's just a plant. Like,
Yep, but they're going to behave differently. They're closer. I'm kind of reminded of this. They're closer to trees the way they grow because they'll start growing and then you'll be able to start fruiting them. You know, grabbing the fruit off them before they're complete.
interesting.
Which means you also won't break the plant. You'll probably right click like a berry.
So this damn thing teleported me to minus 4,600 and then 14,364. Like,
Wow.
so far south. Holy Moses. Like, is there,
Pineapples only stack to 8.
Yep.
Well, that's just stupid.
And to even really make use of them, you have to cut them up with a knife. But don't do that because it'll take more sack size then.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, I guess.
So yeah, it's a little deceptive because those 8, one turns into 12 slices.
and how many pineapples can you carry in your arms at once?
Infinity. Oh, it's a little funky being in these desert areas because like everything looks different. I look at a tree and I'm like, oh, that looks like a new type of tree. Get close to it and oh, it's just a pine tree.
Or it's just a birch.
Yeah.
I'm always fooled by the kapok leaves. They always look like, ooh, is that a plant? But no, kapok leaves sitting on the ground.
Yeah. I found a plinth. Is there anything special like underneath them or anything?
I have no idea. Like,
I'll dig down and try and see. I think Death had said something about there being stuff under plinths, but it might be only certain ones.
all right, everybody.
You do have acacia, right?
Yes.
Okay. Found some papyrus. I assume we're not going to really worry about them.
For now, probably not.
Okay.
Oh, we have enough vegetables, I think. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the last harvest was mostly devoted to veggies because I was low. Or no, it was because I needed seeds. And it just so happened to be vegetable heavy.
See if this works. Yay. Everything is, at least loading everything back at the base. Everything should be working well now. This is heating up there. That one's heating up. That one's being used.
Vintage story. No, engineering.
Yeah.
Words.
It's actually updating. Like, this was one of the big bugs, is when everything was unloaded out of memory, like a chunk was unloaded, and then you go back. It's scrambled the block in it, because when you wire something together, when you make a wire connection and it adds that to the network not only saves the block position and node that was connected, but if it has a block entity like a machine does, it also makes it saves a copy or a reference to that block. Because when I tick the network, that I want that to be very efficient, right? So to be efficient, when you add something to the network is when it actually adds that. So I have 3 lists: producers, consumers, and storage. And when the network ticks, it uses those arrays rather than just the block positions. Because if I just did the block positions, I would have to, every single update tick, which is 4 per second, I would have to iterate. When I updated the network, I would have to re-grab all of those block entities, right? Which is a line of code, get block entity, which goes into the code, which goes into the game, grabs a block entity, returns the block entity. Then I would have to do sanity checks to make sure it's the right, like, is this a block, like, is this the right kind of block? So to prevent a lot of major overhead on that front, because really the only time that I need to check and verify the block entity is when it's wired in. Once it's wired in, there are other routines that would eliminate it from the list, meaning if I broke the block, it would remove it, obviously, from the connection. So there were certain efficiencies there. Well, what was happening was you would wire them up in the game, and they would save that. Basically, think of it as a reference, right? I'm saving a reference to the block entity in the network. So it's a very quick, as the thing is iterating through, all it needs to do is poke at the entity. It doesn't need to re-grab it. But what was happening when you left the area and the chunk unloaded, I wasn't removing that from the network. It was unloading the chunk, but the network still had a phantom block entity. I don't even know what it was doing, but there was a phantom block entity still in the network, and the network would continue ticking like normally. So then when you loaded back in, and the game reinitialized the chunk, it re-added the block, it re-added the block entity, it reinitialized it, but it doesn't reinitialize it in the same address of memory, right? So the old the electric network was pointing to over here, and when the chunk loaded back in, it was pointing to over here, the blocking. So that's why when you open the machine, the machine updates were completely out of sync with what was actually going on, because the block entities, the game was just like, what is, like, it had no idea what was going on. So now I massively simplified what I was doing, because Monday, when I started working on the fix, Monday I was like going down the road on one direction, and then Tuesday I was like, no, this is way too complex. I'm overthinking this, because the way that I was going was a little bit buggy, and so I backed away, and then I approached it with the simplest mindset I could possibly have. Basically, when a machine unloads, the chunk of a machine is in unload, the machine notifies the electric network that it's a part of, if it's a part of a network, which is saved with the entity. If it's a part of a network, it informs that network, I'm going to leave this network. And it just leaves the network. And the network itself says, okay, remove that node. And if the entire network is in a single chunk, meaning when you leave and that chunk unloads, it iterates through every single entity, and it unloads them one at a time, which is, it might sound like it takes a long time. It happens in a blink of an eye. It's just like that. They're all unloaded. And if the very last node is removed, right? So if it's all in one chunk, if the very last node is removed, I just remove that network so that it's not ticking it. You're not ticking a network with 0 nodes in. But then when you go back and the chunk reloads, the code detects, oh, I was a part of a network, because otherwise the network ID wouldn't be set. So it detects, oh, I was a part of the network, re-add me to this network. And it just rebuilds that network when that chunk is reloaded. Or if it's a partial load, it just adds itself to an existing network, right? It detects whether or not that network ID is available. So it's a really dead simple, like, leave network, join network. Only when it's unloaded. So yeah, it's dead simple now. Obviously there's a freaking bug with my damn recipes. I don't know where that came from. Bothers me. Yeah. I'm gonna have to debug that. I would do, like, if people showed interest in developing streams, like when I'm coding, I do a lot of talking to myself. You know, whether or not there's somebody in voice with me, I know Renegade got a taste of this crazy, but like talking through problems really helps my, like, sort out and organize my thoughts. The cat looks at me funny when I do it with nobody around. And she's no help at all. Renegade helped a lot, even though he says he didn't. But being able to talk through it and have people ask, like, simple questions sometimes, like, resets my brain to think about it in a little simpler way. So that actually helps. But I haven't really been streaming development because I haven't really seen a lot of interest in the sort of nitty-gritty back-end details of coding. So, like, OG, like, yeah, like, I would love to do those. Whether or not people follow along is another thing, but when the API, you know, when Vintage is a lot further along, I'll be doing a lot of, like, technical streams and videos on how to use the API to add your own machines. Like, what steps do you do? What's the bare minimum? It's actually, it would be dead simple. Believe me, it's going to be dead simple to add your own machine. Really, it's not going to take that much. It's just there are very specific requirements to do it. But once you know how to do it, like that forge, the objects to make this forge, right? I had the shape. QP Quentin gave me permission to use QP Tech stuff. So I had the shape. To do the block entity, the GUI, and the inventory took me like an hour and a half. And this was ready to go. Now, plugging it all in, right? Plugging it all in and kind of ironing out all the bugs, that takes longer. But, you know, the fact that this thing actually works and you can put stuff in and it actually starts, you know, the flames turn on when it tries to heat stuff, but it doesn't have any juice right now. But anyway, so adding machines once you have all the base objects is dead simple. You know, I think one of the hardest things to really visualize is how to set up the wire connection nodes, like the little nubbins that we have on here to connect the wires. That can be mind bending a little bit, but once you know how to do that, and you could also use like the in-game.bs edit if you really wanted to, which always amuses me to say.
Is it your BS?
BS edit. It's like, oh, what exactly are you trying to do? Oh, BS edit. Found a huge vein of magnetite, which is another type of iron.
Oh, nice. I found a golden tacken. I assume they're another
Golden?
variety of goat.
Oh, it's a goat? I thought it was a... My mind went to flower. Like, is this a flower? Like, what are we talking here? Okay, hematite. Oh, I need hematite. I need one of those. And 1, 2, 3, 4. This, and this. What is that? Chain link. No chain link. Put that in the chest. Sphalerite. Any other ites? Do I have any? Oh, ilmenite. Yeah, I have an ilmenite. Meteorite that goes in the chest. Oh yeah, we're up to 309 meteorite pieces. That's crazy. Yeah, that mod that basically makes meteorites have particles has revolutionized our ability to find meteorites.
Yeah.
All right, gold. And silver. Okay, brown coal. I think we have a chest over here for that. Finally getting some of this stuff emptied out. There's pomegranate, orange tree. Yeah, we got plenty of tree cuttings. I'm gonna put those.
We'd have to make a new Jigma thing.
I'll put those in the
Jigma thing or a thingamajig?
tin bronze chest next to all the tree seeds.
All right.
Got plenty of space in here. And you guys should, if you don't mind cheating, you should be able to do the TPWP if you've set a waypoint at the house. Even though I haven't really mentioned that, I didn't want anybody abusing that.
Oh, I've been at the house.
Yeah. All right. Can we craft display cases?
I have 3 if you want them.
Yeah, we can. We can actually craft these.
I have 3
Glass.
small ones. If you want them.
No, I want to craft one. I don't want to take your stuff.
I don't need them.
Well, fine then. Bring one over. Did we use all of our glass? Oh, all right. Where's that? Where'd that table go? That mock table was sitting on for the longest time. That's up here. Okay. Now, let's see. Sabertooth. Strange device. Deformed human skull. There we go. And strange device prototype. That kind of sticks out. There we go. There. And then this thing, I don't know what to do. It looks like a fuse box. Oh! I know what this is.
Uh-oh. Should we ask?
If you come over here and look at it really closely, that's a great little Easter egg.
Yes.
That's great.
Actually, come to think of it, hadn't you noticed that
Oh,
before?
jeez.
I don't think so. I don't remember that at all. That's awesome. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. I got a bunch of metal parts. Let's go over here. Nope, no chest. Metal parts. God, we're almost full of them. We have so many metal parts.
Yeah.
Surprised nobody else has made a. Has anybody else made a night vision mask thing?
Not yet.
I think the lore. I think I've done all of these. Yep, did those. We should have a. What we should make is like, can we make like a bookshelves? Yeah, we can make bookshelves. Let me grab some of these. If I remember right. It's this. And let's go upstairs since this has got so little stuff. There we go. Glorious. And then scroll rack. Is relatively easy. Let's do a couple of those. This. So all that lore stuff we brought back, once we trigger it, we'd be able to put scrolls in there. And then one of these. Okay, only one per thingy. Good. Okay. Probably would have been better to flip these, but whatever. So I was. You still burning through? Yep.
technically only 2 of these should be running, but I'm guessing because of I'm gonna call it now transmission loss in the lines. That's what I'm referencing. When I say transmission loss in the lines, what I really mean is the rounding errors you get because, yeah, reasons. Just like, don't mind me. That's gonna be a while. Okay, put this in the chest back here. I could upgrade this chest, but then I would have to like massively upgrade this chest. Even though this is an iron chest, like, yeah, I don't know if that's enough space.
Never enough.
Yeah, so one of the things that Quentin asked me about was the fact that if a machine is full, or if a machine, in the case of like the crusher, a good example is if it has gold chunks to grind down, but it has iron chunks in it, it stops, right? It does not. If there's no room in the output, it stops. It doesn't actually work. And he asked, like, is that the best way to go at it, right? Because his machines in QP Tech, they tried to push material to adjacent chests. And my response to that is twofold. I want to encourage people to automate it, i.e. using chutes. So the fact that it stops if it's full is sort of like, it's an incentive to, at the very minimum, put a chute so you like pull things out of. Every one of the machines you can use chutes with to automate, right? And eventually I'm going to have a version of pipes from like the pipes mod, if anybody's familiar with that. But I'm going to have pipes for item and fluid transfer. And the pipes will be able to move things irrespective of gravity, because the whole gravity thing is just annoying when it comes to shoot. So in that case, it'll encourage people to actually go down the pipes line if they really want to automate stuff. But at the very minimum, using chutes is really easy. It doesn't take all that much to make like an elbow chute like I've got up here, right? Just all of these chutes down here automated just fine. There's no reason to really sweat this, right? So all the machines are going to be shootable. And yeah, I think that is just fine. And in the case, I have it where because when it detects whether it's full, it'll return true. It'll craft if there's even one space left in a stack, right? So like a metal press, if it's crafting something, let's say, and there's 7, let's say you're making plates, and there's 7 plates because they stack to 8. There's 7 plates in there, but the metal bits are full, right? If you have 64, whatever they stack in vanilla. And it crafts another plate, right? Since there's space for that plate, it'll craft the plate. But because the bits are full, any bits that are left over, because the recipe has leftover bits, those will get spawned and pushed out the top. So that I spit them out. Any extras, spit out at the top. They spawn above the machine. So it does spit things out if there's no room in the inventory as a failsafe. But that is the very like last resort. Like we don't want to replicate that.
So all of these generators and stuff are working just fine, which is excellent. Looks like we are moving ahead here. Which we can take some more smaller stacks and process these first, just to get rid of. But yeah, that's why the machines stop when they're full. Just because it's one of those, like, I want to encourage automation. And it gives you finer control over what crafts when, if you're really trying to manage your power. And one of the other tweaks for this new version, and channel members and patrons get the weekly builds, so that went live yesterday, the new build with all these fixes. And the new bugs. You get the new bugs, too, with the fixes.
Yum.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the machines, because of the rounding errors with power transmission, the machines will accept a tiny bit more power than their power per second rating. Okay? Because what was happening is, even though if you were generating exactly the right amount of power, you would still lose power, right? Out of a machine because of those rounding errors. And so now I add a couple extra power per second to the acceptance of power. I don't obviously generate extra power. But I could fudge the numbers there a little bit, but on the generator side, I want to be a little bit more strict. But anyway, yeah, this the machines, this is staying full now because it's accepting a tiny bit more power than its power per second rating. And I could, one of the things I realized, because I've been watching a lot of other people's Minecraft content, various mod packs, and I realized, oh Jesus, Pseudo, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub, man. Thank you very much. One of the things I realized is the power rating in Minecraft is power per tick, RF per tick. So the machines, like I realized this because I was watching, and somebody placed an induction smelter from Thermal, and they looked at the stats, and it was 160 RF per tick. And Minecraft is 20 ticks per second. So that's 3,200 power per second. If my math is right. 3,200 power per second. This machine is 64 power per second. So, and remember, these are just numbers that I threw in there. These are not balanced at all. But I realized, how much more power, per second. These numbers these are rookie numbers, right? They're 64 power per second. I thought, for Minecraft things, I thought, 64, that's got to be close to a Minecraft machine. Not even close. 160 RF per tick for an induction smelter. That is, times 20. That's 3,200 power per second. That is crazy. So my numbers, so you can imagine the amount of power this is here is showing. This is 1024 power, right? So 3,200 power per second. I guess I'm gonna have to watch some more videos to see what their internal buffers are, but I'm gonna guess their buffers are gonna be a lot bigger. Which is they're just although the numbers are coming out of JSON, it's easy to scale those numbers. But But yeah, that was crazy. Like that was crazy that when I saw that. So my numbers are rookie numbers. We're gonna have to think about that balance quite a bit. Stacks. There's the magnetite. That's the new type of iron. So we have hematite, limonite, and magnetite. 3 irons. So yeah, if there's interest in developer streams, because I code Mondays, I code Tuesdays, I code part of the day on Thursdays, and I code Friday. For most of the day on Fridays. I do technically stop at about 3 or 4 o'clock, but yeah, a lot of it is like it would be, showing sort of like how the sausage is made, so to speak, and to burgeoning developers that might be interesting. Certainly. Where do I want to put? I'm going to put the glider schematic in the tools chest. Somebody wants to try that out. Kind of negated importance because of the angel belt, but all these lore books. Yeah, let me grab all of these since I've got the bookshelves. Yeah. Oof. This is like the lore in this game is super dark. Like it's definitely kind of crazy. Yeah, crazy. Okay, scrolls.
All of the pumpkins had finished, so I replanted a fresh batch.
Ooh, pumpkins.
Yep. So out of all that, I used 1 to replant. You used 1 for the scarecrow, and we have 12 left.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Although, if I remember correctly, you modded the recipe for the seeds to give 4 times as much.
Yeah.
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 Vanilla only gives 1.
Because I've carved pumpkins in my day, and I know how many goddamn seeds are inside of a pumpkin. Trust me, it's
Right?
more than 1.
Mind blown.
I got to figure out how I'm going to debug that server problem. Because that only happens on the server. Like, the recipe problem.
Yeah.
Because that does not happen in my test world.
Huh.
Because I tested, because one of the bugs that I fixed, that I scratched off my list, was the extruder recipe making wire. And I went into the game and I looked and I tried it. And I might have tweaked a couple things here and there, but it was working in my test world. And now I put the ingredient in and it doesn't do anything. So either I broke it badly or something weird happened. Yeah, crazy server. Like, it doesn't make sense. Only reason that would happen is if it didn't load the recipes at all. And yeah, one of the things I'd love to program would be a sort of a debug device. And like something you hold in your hand and you just like right click it on a machine and it pulls up like basically a list of that object, like all of the things associated with it, which you could customize depending on what you're looking at, right? So if I looked at like a wire relay, it would actually pull up the electrical network stuff, like what network this is, how many devices there are, break it down, like the tick rate, what, how long it takes to tick. I do have, if sort of like with the server. So if the server takes a really long time to tick, it dumps something in the log file. It says server overloaded, took so many milliseconds to tick. I do the same thing with the electric network. Whereas if it takes a long time to tick the networks, like all of the networks, it dumps out like, hey, something took a long time to tick the network, to be able to tell me like what's going on. I did that. The threshold is 500 milliseconds. If to tick all of the electric networks takes more than 500 milliseconds, which is half a second, that is way like something is very, very wrong with that. It should not take that long because they should be firing every quarter of a second. So at most, it should be taking 0.25 seconds. If it's taking twice that, we have a problem. And thus far, with all my testing, I've never triggered that. Right? So, anyway, the little debug tool would be so handy because that, being able to drill on a server like this, drill deeper into this metal press and add code in there that actually tries to grab like what recipes does this machine have, like all of that relevant information would be very useful when debugging. Being able to click this and the UI that comes up if you have that device would be like, here are all the variables with the metal press, here are all the recipes that are loaded on the server, and be able to pull data right off the server would be so handy. But GUIs are such, they're, even though I've got for machines, I've got just a process that makes GUIs. I can basically copy and paste information with GUIs and replicate. You can see these GUIs are very similar to one another, right? There's a reason for that. The slider, even the slider is like that. It's a very simple thing. But adding like tabs or drop downs or whatever is going to be a challenge. Anyway, yeah, it would be nice to have something like that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to somehow spin up a dedicated server on my local machine and then attach my debugger to that rather than the client instance, and then somehow start the game in client instance mode and attach to my local machine. I know there's a way to do it. It's just there's a lot more steps involved. All right, let's take all of that. Bismuth over here. Chromite. It's over. Amazing how much ore we have now. I'm trying to build up enough where once I figure out how to do like the alloy oven and the coke oven or the creosote oven. So basically what where my mind is at, and I'm open to feedback. But because the coke oven exists in the game already, I don't want to negate the use of that. So rather than anybody who's familiar with immersive engineering, obviously that is the inspiration. It's kind of where I'm drawing inspiration for the mod. But rather than having my own coke oven and reinventing it for creosote, it's basically going to be a creosote oven with a tiny chance to give you coke. But the type of wood you put in is going to be very specific. You're going to need to find a certain type of tree, and that's the type of wood you put in. And gate it behind being able to find that tree. And that will give you the creosote, but it's going to give you like a dirty creosote, right? You're going to have like bits and chunks in it. And then you're going to have to put that through a vanilla distillery to get the sort of the distilled creosote. And that is what's going to make the treated planks, right? And that was Rinley's idea. And he's the kind of player that's like the Greg Tech kind of player. He wants insanely complex things. And while I don't mind some complexity, I keep telling him like it's going to be a little bit simpler than what you wanted. So he's still going to do his own Greg Tech pass through on all the recipes. So as soon as Vintage Engineering is ready for prime time, he's going to have a mod ready that's basically going to redo all the recipes to make it much, much harder. But I do like the tie-in with the distillery, because right now that distillery, I think, is only used right now to make like wine. And wine has very little use. So the Rinley's idea was twofold. One, distill the creosote down to use that as the ingredient. Like a bucket. It takes X number of buckets of dirty creosote to make 1 bucket of regular creosote, and then each portion of that can go into making whatever. Anyway, so purifying the creosote in the distillery is one use, and the second use for the vanilla distillery in the early game will be to distill fuel out of the wine. So you could basically create a biodiesel out of a giant, sort of like what we've been talking about with the farm is, he comes back and then he crashes. That's amusing. If you have a big farm and a lot of excess material, you could create biodiesel, similar to how biodiesel is done with the Create add-on mod. And use that as a fuel source for early game power. But it would be nice to be able to add, like the Vintage Engineering, I want to be able to add a small amount of new things to the world, like another plant or two, right? So, like, I don't know what would be best for like a biodiesel, right? But my thought is corn. Or potatoes. Or both. You could add both. But having either one of those, to find one of those in the world, and then the corn, obviously, you would have just a crafting distilling path. You would have to ferment it. You would have to, like, whatever, right? The balance of it doesn't matter. Introducing it, that's, that would be where I'm at right now. The balancing.
Okay, what the hell?
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. I was even at my game. I was away from the keyboard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you said you were back, and then immediately you crashed. So I don't know.
Actually, I think he said he was going to go AFK. I thought that's what
Oh.
he said originally, but
I thought he said he was back. But yeah, you crashed right after you said that. So as far as like the fuel goes, so the biodiesel thing, that was, and then there would be a way, rather than using the vanilla like manual bucket system in the early game, there would be a later game like MV tier. There would be a bigger distillery, like a powered distillery that you would be able to do it on a bigger scale. But yeah, that's definitely something I want to do. My next big step, after I get some of these damn bugs fixed, so the next big thing on the to-do list after the bugs are fixed, at least the recipe bug, I gotta figure that out because that's really bothering. Is the fluids. Trying to dive into the fluids. Trying to figure out how to manage those, because those are treated slightly, differently than regular item stacks. Like the barrel, while the barrel has a slot for regular items, it also has a weird slot for fluids, and it's treated differently. So I've got to figure out how to do that. And my machine to do that is going to be the mixer, right? It's just going to be a big blender, and the mixer will be able to go on top of the forge here, which is why the forge has these stilts. But you'll be able to put the mixer on top, and then this thing will be able to heat the mixer, and you'll be able to have recipes for the mixer that require it to be heated. And this, you could set the temperature here, and it'll try to heat the mixer up. I don't know. I'm not sure which direction to go. Whether it's like the simple create route where it's either heated or not, or superheated or not, like which one of those, or have recipes very specific about what heat it needs, right? If you need to dial the heat in to something very specific, which gives you the most flexibility with your recipes, because you could have recipes that make one thing at one heat level and another thing at another heat level, right? So I'm kind of at the fence with that. I'm not sure which way to go, because that would be a very specific thing, right? Oh, that's a bug. Yep, that's a bug. Yep. The forge, I barely got the forge in yesterday afternoon. So there's a bunch of bugs. But yeah, it should be saving. For some reason I should be saving this value. And when I reopen it, it should be setting that again, but it's not. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to debug that. Let me write that one down. Forge not saving temp setting. I thought for sure that worked, but anyway, that's got a few bugs to fix. Obviously, the recipe thing is one of the last bugs to fix, I think. Now, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that people have asked about, like shift right clicking molds into things. There's a bug with voiding. Quentin found a bug with the generators voiding a stack of, I don't know. Let me test this out. If you like right click, no, shift right click, no, it's not voiding it. I'm not sure. It's certainly not putting it in there. It places it on the ground. Control right click? No. Yeah, he said there was a bug with shift right clicking it, but it just places it. Maybe it's just one. Let's see if it's just one. Nope. I don't know what he was talking. I'm gonna have to try that in a single player and see if it misbehaves. So now you can see this generator is completely out, and it's not getting little bits of power because I fixed that. So that was fun to fix. Oh, this is gonna take so long. Shoot. I gotta stop micromanaging. But it's saving us, just having this thing up and running is saving us quite a lot of hammerheads.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the fluids. So the mixer, the variety of ingredients for the mixer, I might have overdone it in my estimation. I'm not sure what we should shoot for as far as number of items and fluids in and out, input and out. I don't want to do too complex.
I'd probably say go with 4 at most, and if you need something more complicated, create an intermediary step.
Like, okay. So one thought I had was like dough. So what goes into making dough? Is it just some kind of flour and water?
Yep.
Because I want to leave options for like something like expanded foods. They could link in to the mod and be like, oh, you have a mixer? Let's make a special dough that's eggs, butter, milk, and flour, and water in a heated mixer to make something, right? Cake bakes or something. So I think I have it 4 ingredients plus 2 fluids input, and the output is either it can be an output of item or a fluid, one of each. But that's the limit of out. So like I wanted like a lot of input possibilities, but fewer output possibilities. Because I don't think the machines need huge amounts of output, right? I don't see it. The reason why the kiln has 9 output slots is when you're firing clay, typically they don't stack. Like crock pots, they don't stack. So I wanted to be able to, if you didn't automate it with a chute, like put, a stack of 8 clay crocks in here and have it smelt them in one shot. That's why there's that many, but everything else is like pretty limited on number of outputs. So yeah, there's not many machines left. There's the creosote oven, the alloy oven, the CNC machine, and the CNC is going to be essentially, think of that. It's my version of the early game clay form, but it's essentially a really, really simplified autocrafter, wherein it's basically an autocrafter with any recipe that only needs one type of input, right? So an example of a use would be a clay former. You'd put a raw clay item in the pattern, and then you'd put a stack of clay in the input, and it would replicate, right? As long as the items matched, it would say, oh, I just need this. Another example would be a plank, a block, right? You have 4 planks, make a plank block of whatever type of wood. You put that in the program, the little input slot, and then you just fill it full of boards, and it would output planks, right? One type of input, and it would just replicate that. So it would be a really, really dead simple early game autocraft, only requiring one type of input, or only supporting one type of input. So that's my idea with the CNC, and then going further, going a little bit further would be an MV tier would be supporting maybe up to 2 types of input. So you could like automate chests or barrels or whatever. Because the amount of code that you would need on the back end to detect the recipe, right? Because you put the item in the input slot or the program slot, and it would have to look that item up. It would do the lookup table and say, where is this item from? And it would have to search through a ton of recipes to find it. So I don't know exactly how to do that, but you basically have to be limited to what it could look at. So another option would be to create a programming table, sort of like a crafting bench, and you could program a certain item in your hand. You'd put an item in, and you'd fill the slot grid with whatever you're crafting, whatever pattern. Let's say it's a barrel. You'd put the boards and the sticks in, and it would detect, hey, this is a barrel, and then you'd hit a button, and it would program that item on the little thing, and that is the thing you'd put in the CNC, right? You would basically program a little device, and that's where the CNC program comes, which gives you near infinite possibilities for crafting stuff. And it's a little bit more involved with what it takes to program. There'd be some tech involved and stuff. But anyway, that is sort of the idea behind that. All of that code obviously would have to be done. None of that stuff is coded. But as far as the machines go, alloy, creosote oven, the mixer, and the CNC, I think are the 4 major remaining ones. Oh, and the grinder. So 5. 5 remaining machines in the LV tier. And that essentially kicks off into the next tier. But the mixer introduces me to fluids, which then I would use in the creosote oven for the fluids there. And once I have some confidence in how that works, I'd be able to tackle whatever comes after. Because the MV tier is going to include a fluid pump. It's going to include like a lot of more advanced things going beyond what vintage is capable of crafting, right? The LV tier is meant to sort of automate all the sort of base game functions. You have the crusher, you're going to have a grinder, you're going to have a kiln, you're going to have a clay former, metal press, various things. And then the next tier is going to be like more advanced. It's going to be higher tiers of power, ore processing, stuff like that. And I'm always looking for feedback when it comes to certain things, but if you want to be involved in the development, I consider becoming a channel member or a patron and helping guide the process. Yeah, like, what do I want? I really want to see what's causing this problem with the recipes. This is probably going to run out of power soon. Yeah, we're chewing up power pretty fast. And I still need to... Yeah, the LV generator still basically... It basically still uses all the test generator code. Because if it ain't broke... And also, I should say, I think I figured out a way to do a chunk loader. If anybody is interested in that, let me know. I don't know. I don't have no idea what impact it would be on server performance or game performance. But I think I figured out how to do it. So yeah, if there's interest in a chunk loader, I think I'm pretty sure I figured out how to do it. But it's not the way that the game, if you have a force loaded chunk, it doesn't do just the cube. It does the whole column. So it's loading the whole column of chunks, not just the one. So it's basically it behaves like the Minecraft chunk loaders, like when you reserve a chunk. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure of performance. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm pretty sure I could do a chunk loader. Now, if there's interest in it, there's got to be some counterbalance to it. So in the base game, there's the Rift Warden or the Rift Ward or something, and similar to the night vision mask, you have to feed it temporal gears to use it, and it gives you so many in-game hours of use. So that would be one way to balance it. Another way would be power. You have to power it, and it requires so much power. And you just if it's out of power, it stops loading, right? And yeah, that would be some gnarly code, because I'm not sure the unloading function that I found. It's called when you unload the chunk, or it's literally unload chunk. But I don't know if you if you're standing next to the machine and it runs out of power, let's say, and when it runs out of power, it triggers the call, and the only way to remove the chunk loading system is to unload the chunk. Like, what happens if you're standing next to it? Like, I would imagine the game would not be kind to somebody trying to unload a chunk that you're standing in. So I don't know how to remove it from the list, because it's just there's a list of force loaded chunks that the game has, and it's buried deep into objects that I don't know how to get to. I don't know if there's a way to get into them via the API, because they're buried pretty far down. But yeah, the chunk loading is definitely a possibility. Anyway, I really want to see if there's a way okay.
Those are done. Not sure what to use that for?
I'll put all my food away before I log out here because I want to. Having that recipe bug is bothering me more than I thought it would. So I gotta figure that out. I gotta track that down because it's really bothering me. That machine just suddenly stopped working. So let's see. I want to look at my log files first to make sure logs client. Yeah, my client debug log is 2.6 megs. It's crazy how much stuff this game logs. All right, switch the view and do a search for press. Really? Okay, client debug. Yeah, look at there's thousands of lines as it's loading block entity. Like, why do we need to log all this game? Like, I know I'm in debug mode, but holy Moses, this is just. Ooh, mesh ref leaking memory. That's not good. Client platform, blah, blah, blah. It's not giving me some mesh ref leaking memory. It's not good. Okay. VE metal. Really, it's not loading these at all. Wait, this is not force. No, that's 4.6. Vintage engineering. Register recipe system. Whoa, where'd that error come from? No ref. Exception thrown initializing a block entity stone coffin. Well, that's weird. Why is that throwing a no ref exception? Stone coffin? I didn't even touch. Did you do anything with your stone coffin today, Renegade?
I looked at it to see what the temperature was. I didn't actually touch it.
You looked at it. That's enough. Yeah, I'm seeing exception thrown, stone coffin. I wonder if that's what caused your crash. That's very bizarre. That was 1303. That was 3 hours ago. Vintage. No. Why don't I have any details as far as... Let me look at my code. First things first. I need to swap my mods. To my dev mods. It's a smaller subset of mods because I don't want all of this in my debug. I have a few in here, but mostly for testing. All of mine, obviously, I need to test quite often. Let's see. I have a feeling. Let Visual Studio load up here. So recipe registry system.
Done.
Yeah, there's no citedness to this. So this is registering them all. Should register them all on the client and the server. Why is this not a recipe loader? Yeah. Yeah. It's only loading the recipe loader on the server. God, I have to use the bathroom. You're back.
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep.
See you
I'm
later.
back and later. Anything I should be apprised of while I was AFK?
Not really. He's doing his coding thing right now.
Yeah.
I'm working on my basement.
Excellent.
So, my big question then is how does the base game handle recipes? And is, because I basically modeled the recipe registry system and the loader off of vanilla. So did I load this on the server side only because the base game does this? So here's a tip for any burgeoning modders out there of this game, or a lot of any .NET game. But this game is specifically because all of the source code is online. You can go to their GitHub and the entire game, all the API, the game, but it's very hard to follow when you're looking at the API on the GitHub and you're browsing one object or the other. It's very hard to navigate and figure out how things cross-reference one another. So my main advice for somebody trying to learn how to mod this game is get yourself a tool like DN Spy. This DN Spy is a vital tool for this process. And the reason is it can load the assemblies .NET and decompile them. But the bonus is, A, you can actually debug in in this program, which is insane. So you can debug and follow variables if you want. But the main reason I use it is that I can search for things, and I can cross-reference things, and I can analyze things. So I can look up recipe load, and I can find, hey, look at that. There's a recipe loader. And this only loads on the server, right? So, like, what am I missing? You can see as it's loading, when you load the single player game, there's weird little strings that appear. That's where these story events come from. Burning sparks, molded forms, simple tools. It's loading all the recipes. That's what it, when it posts that, it's loading the recipe. But it's only loading them on the server. So how is it? Load recipe. Smithing recipe, delegate, register. So register smithing recipe. API modeler, get mod system. Okay. That I understand. That's really crazily inefficient, but I understand what it's doing here. So it's basically calling it on the server. So this is only running on the server. So how then does the client get the recipes? Okay. So I need to look. The API additions, this is one of the reasons why the base game sort of skews off of what mods are capable of. So you can see get recipes, get barrel recipes. If I analyze this is another reason why this tool is so good. Analyze it, you see where it's used, what actually calls that, and block entity barrel is an obvious thing. This.api.get barrel recipes. Okay, so what happens when this is run on the server, though, or on the client? The API additions is just, it's a static class. Oh. Because I bet you anything, if there's one in here for grid recipes, let me see. Cooking. Get barrel, cooking. Alloy, smithing. There's got to be a get grid recipe in here. The fact that these are static. How is this API additions used? Yeah, you can see I've got QPTech installed in here, so I can actually browse QPTech code, see how he did stuff. What basically my code is doing, if we go into, say, the metal press, and we look at find matching recipe. It's the baseline code. This right here, this is why I think this was not working, is the recipe registry system loaded on client and server, but the recipes themselves were only on the server. I don't know how to do that. It's weird for this. All right. Yeah, about 50% of my programming day is spent in this tool, sniffing around all of the base game stuff to figure out how it all works. Because it's the only, like, the amount of documentation for 99% of the game doesn't exist. You just have to hunt around for the objects and look at how all this stuff is put together in the backend API. Because trying to document all of this is like very, very hard. It's very hard. So how, yeah, you can see the API additions, how much stuff uses these. Register smithing recipe. Static. How does this... How can I, as a client, communicate with the server and grab a list of recipes? Because in here, if I do API dot server, this is going to take some. I'm going to have to really look at this closely to figure out how this all goes together. Because in a single player situation, God, this bothers me. So let's say I do put a breakpoint here and make sure all my variables are done. Do F5. This loads my test world. I can see all the recipes loaded. But again, that's on the server. I take it out of full screen mode, because if I have a breakpoint or a crash in when it's full screen, it is near impossible to get my screen back. The game does not like giving up its screen. So here's my little test setup. Okay, metal press. I think I have one of those on me. I do. Put that down. Wire it up. And I think my molds are over here. Yep. Okay, so big thing, boink. Right. So if we do API.side, here's my watch list or my locals. Where's my watch list? There's my watch list. This is all my variables that I'm watching. We can clear all these out. That was all from me trying to debug the chunk loading. Okay, so API.side tells me I'm on the client right now. Okay, so MP recipes, this is going to get the mod system, the registry system, to grab the metal press recipes. Right? So if I hit F10 on this and it executes that line, my recipes on the client, MP recipes, I have 55 recipes. So the problem is I'm on the client and I was able to grab all those recipes, right? So why is the client, and if I hit F5 on this, I bet you this will change the server, right? So now, because it runs it on the client and then it runs it on the server, right? So I'm debugging both, but this will find it as well. Because the server, I know it's on the server. So how did the client grab those recipes here, but not in my world? This is why when I was saying this, like, if I take this away and hit F5, that runs it, and that should, as you can see, start crafting. So what is going on the server? That is not running. Why is that not working? The mold ID didn't change. None of that stuff changed. Why? I don't understand. Why? Is there something going on? Is there a git grid recipes? Yeah, for some reason the grid recipes are a completely separate system. It's weird. Yeah, the grid recipe loader is only on the server. Load recipe. Register crafting recipe. Grid recipe. These are sent to the client during connect. Okay, how? If anybody knows, point me there, because how are the recipes? This is iCourse server. Register crafting recipe. This will tell me who's implementing it. Okay. this.grid recipes. If I analyze this, it's read by client. iWorld accessor.grid recipes return. No? This.grid recipes. This is client main dot grid recipes. Yeah, look at this client. Crazy amount of stuff in here. Everybody, like, this is why it's easy to get overwhelmed, but I'm going to ignore everything else and see if there's. I don't see. There's this.grid recipes. How are these sent to the client? It says they're sent. These are sent to the client. How are they sent to the client? Core server API. Broadcast. Player join. Okay. Trigger player join. That's fine. Used by. Broadcast player data. This is basically a code that's run when you join the server. Send initial player data. Okay, that's for. Because one thing I want to make sure is that clients can't override recipes for the server, right? To ensure, for one, there's no desyncing data, but two, that clients can't cheat. So the server has to be the one to control the recipes. I can't. If I loaded them also on the client, that would be a problem. How can I Um, let's see. Vintage story data. Server config. Whatever. If it's just local host, where is the where's the name of the world? Or is that in the batch file or something? Hmm. Yeah, I can't put this in like server mode. I tried the other day. It doesn't know what to do. It's like it does not like that at all. Yeah, does not like that at all. Debug. Let's look at options. No, not these options. Debug properties. So, yeah, it's Vintage Story Server. It's seeing it, but for some reason, it's not. It doesn't trigger it like it does. The client. So I don't know. I don't know what it's trying to find. Vintage Story Server. Why it's erroring out. It's a different exe file. It should be able to load. Like the console. If anybody has any hints and tips on how to do that, I would be more than happy. How do I trigger the map or to load the game? Make sure it loads the right file. I thought it was just in the server config. Because I only want to load my test world. Where in the world did I set that? I can't even remember. Why can't I remember this? Those are all the roles. I don't care about those. There it is. There it is. Okay. Let me saves. I think it was mod test world is the actual test world. Okay. I don't. Days per month. Pretty sure all these values get overridden by the file. Maybe. Meh. Doesn't matter. Okay. Fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. Vintage Story server. Port not open. Yeah, I don't care about the port. Okay. Says it loaded, so let's see if I can debug attach to process. Oh, good lord. Vintage Story server. Right? Why is this not properly attached? Now, can I run my local game? Multiplayer, add new, local test. Oh, right. I need to I need to point it. It loaded, crazy enough as it is. Quit. Stop. Let's open that file again. Where what? Oh, it was here. Server config. Edit. World configuration. Game mode. Let's see. There was a thing that I could do. Mod directory. Where is the mod directory? Set. World name. Mod paths. There we go. Okay. Comma. Copy. This one is going to be... Yeah, it didn't actually load the mod, which is why my debugger wasn't attached to it, because it was like, this DLL isn't even loaded. Vintage engineering mod. But it's this directory here. Programming. Vintage. Vintage engineering. And then mod, I think? Or not? Let me see my debug options. Debug option. Debug properties. Add mod path. Okay, so don't put the mod on. That's what adds the local mod. So it loads the base game, it loads the mods directory, and then it loads an additional mod directory. So I needed to account for that with the server. And maybe that fixes this. Nope. It was worth a shot. So I have to run it manually. No, this is the wrong one there. I have to run it. Ugh. Here. This should. Vintage Story server. Okay, there's an error set right up here. Failed resolving. Failed resolving blocks item drop. What? Those should not be ingot copper. Oh. Okay. I know why that's okay. I know why that's doing that. Debug. Attach. Server. See, now it's attached. You can see the bubble over here is good to go. Now I just need to run game. Oh yeah, this is not going to have the I need to copy, paste. Can't you? Copy, paste. I want a new link, people. I want a new link. Copy here. There we go. Copy Vintage Story debug. And you go in here and do properties. And then advanced. No. Where is it? Isn't there a way to set additional things and stuff? Okay. Apply. Okay. No idea if that worked. Well, so far so good. So far so good. Now, if all is right with the world, once I put an ingredient... Wait, I can't... what? I can't open these? I can place things. I can open that. Oh, you know what happened? Yeah. When I loaded this, when I tried to load this and it said, "Oh, I don't know what to load," it basically scrambled the things and stuff. Let's make this dead simple. These are also bad. Forgot. I'm seeing debug errors on my side log panel here, which is why. Much better. Okay. This. Just put a piece of coal. I don't care. So, this should hopefully. Did this drop? Ooh, this might not have dropped the press mold because the block entity was invalidated. Yeah, I bet you it didn't. Okay. Late class give item vintage engineering PE press mold dash plate dash back. Hey, welcome back. Okay, and then this should trigger my breakpoint, which it did. Excellent. You can see the client found the recipe. Where's my watch list? Those are my locals. Close that. There. No, that's the server. That's not right. Where's my watch list? Did my watch list go away? 3 monitors, and I'm like, where did my watch list? So my locals, here's my locals. View window. Debug. Where is my watch list? No idea what happened. Now I can just mouse over stuff. It found them. I'm not going to iterate through them all, but it should if I run the cursor. It found it. 100%. The recipe it found is right. Metal plate. Output is gonna be copper plate. That's right. Mark dirty. Since we're on this should be on the server. This updates the client. Client dialog is null, which means it's because we're on the server. Server never has API.side. You can see is the server. And it should be running. Yeah, it made it. Like 100% worked. So why then did this not work on the server? Like I said, if I can't replicate a bug, I can't fix it. I have no idea. That's why I was kind of really surprised. I was really surprised that the recipes weren't loading because, like, it should be fine. The bug with the unresolved. Why can't I not scroll wheel? I can't scroll wheel this window? Really? That seems, yeah. Failed resolving blocks combustible props, yeah. That is, I added that as a test for the forge. I'm just mapping the wrong thing. But this works, like, 100%. Let me remove my breakpoint. How about I do... How about I do this? Let's stop debugging here. Right. Let's really replicate this. Disconnect. Go in here. Go to client. Put that back. Hit F5. Build errors. The reason it's not liking that is because for some reason Visual Studio doesn't let go of the DLL file. Because what I do when I build it is I copy the DLL to the mods directory every time it builds. So the only way I've found to clear that is to close the. I have no idea. That pops up every once in a while that it doesn't let its link to the DLL go, and I have to redo it. It's very bizarre. Now I should be able to rebuild. No. What? Oh. I have to do it the old-fashioned way. Because the server's got the DLL load. Okay. So I'm gonna multiplayer local test. And then we are going to debug attach to process vintage, not the server, story. Okay. So now we're attached to the client instance, not the server instance. Right? This is the client instance here, which is what we're debugging in here. And where the hell is my watch list? It really bothers me that window disappeared. Is it back, like, behind here somewhere? Like, no idea where that went. Really bugs me. Okay. So, if we put that in there, boom. Okay. So API is client core API. So we are on the client. So what happens? We have 55 recipes. Like, what is going on here? This should now run the cursor. It found the recipe. Yeah. It's delayed here because it's um that work? So how about we do this? This is really gonna be crazy. Disconnect. Quit. We're going to stop this server. And minimize. I'm going to switch my mods back. Go to mod stream and take out vintage engineering. So that doesn't load. It doesn't load that old version. Or it doesn't load that. Go to here. Go to dev. Go to stream. Go back. Now, when I debug the client on this, it's loading all of my mods that I use during streaming, but it's also attaching itself to the process so I could be able to debug. And unfortunately, it's going to load my test. I didn't think about that. I should have thought about that. Not to load my test world, but it is what it is. That's why it takes. This is why I don't have as many mods, because it takes a while to load. Nope. Save and leave. Thank you. I'm going to attach to that, or debug that. This is the metal press. Now I'm gonna connect to the stream server. Since this is on a different machine, I'm guessing that this call is going to return no recipes. That's my guess, because it's on a different machine. I hope to God I'll be able to connect. My server is probably like, what are you doing? Hey, look at that. I loaded. I'm getting about 2 FPS, but hey, I loaded. Okay, so I'm going to go up here. Oh, I need to grab some copper. Here's the coup de grace. We're on the client. This is grabbing get mod system, the VE recipe. Okay, let's try it. How many recipes? 50. Okay, what's strange about that is there are 55 on my local machine and there's 56 here. So what happened there? Run the cursor. Run the cursor. It's not finding it. Okay. Recipe metal press. MP recipe. This is what I'm looking at. So the code of the recipe, basic metal gears. So obviously I need to look at where the hell is my watch window? I cannot live without my watch window. Where's my watch window? Debug. Windows. Watch. Yay! There it is. Let's put that on this. So now I've got this, right? So I can't obviously stream multiple monitors, which would be cool if you could, but so it's weird. Why are there 56 recipes? I don't understand. How is there 56 if there's 55 on my local machine? Where did the extra recipe come from? So recipe.matches, the input slot, game ingot dash copper, and then mold slot, vintage engineering, VE press mold, plate, titanium. So remember when I said the recipe systems iterate through every possible, this is how this is. It just goes through and it checks to see if there's a match. What this is telling me is it doesn't find the match. So I wonder how many times I have to iterate through this stupid thing. Nails and strips. Nails and strips. Basic metal plate. Okay. I want to do this, but I want to do how do I want to condition MP recipe dot ingredients of 0 dot code dot path dot contains ingot copper. So adding a condition on the breakpoint will limit it to that condition. If I hit F5 again, it should iterate through rapidly. Okay. Metal plates, basic metal plate, requires V press mode plate tin bronze. This should return false. It should skip over this. And this next one, MP recipe, cut ingredient, ingot copper. Wait, what? MP recipe. Ingot copper. Requires titanium. So if I F11 into this, you can see ingredient, ingot copper, require slot, VE press mold plate titanium. Okay. And get that empty as false. So a resolved item stack is ingot copper. Right? Ingredients of 0. It should go in there. So if ingredient dot item stack dot satisfies this, which should return true. Why is that? It's literally returning false. Ingredient game ingot dash copper item stack game ingot stack copper satisfies ingredients of 0, which is the ingredient, that resolved item stack. It's saying that is false. Satisfies. I don't feel satisfied about this problem. Satisfies should return true if this stack is a satisfactory replacement of other stack. Used by this dot resolved item stack dot satisfies ingredient, which is an item slot, it's item stack. I'm checking the resolved item stack. What is going on? Code game ingot dash copper. Code game ingot dash like, I don't get why this is what? This stack.class equals other stack.class, and this stack.id equals other stack.id. This stack.attributes that is subset of. Okay, what about it's see here's what bothers the hell out of me with this. This works on my local machine. 100%. You saw it work. It crafted the thing. So that satisfies worked. Why isn't it working in this situation? Why is this not working? Do I need to flip this? See, this ingredients of 0. This is a crafting recipe ingredient. And so this, right? Crafting recipe ingredient satisfies as ingredient. We can look at this. I don't know if this is affecting the server at all. You guys let me know if it's affecting the server. Because
So far, I haven't noticed
I'm just sitting here debugging this, and the server could be just like wigging out. I have no idea. I'm sure you guys would yell at me if it was. This is so weird. I'm doing this one, satisfies that ingredient. Why would this suddenly... This is so weird. Yeah, I'm not sure how the game would handle if I changed like my client code and it was different from the server code. That probably wouldn't go over so well. Trying to find like used by grid recipe, supplied stacks, satisfies. Oh, sometimes it's really hard to figure out what's going where. Sometimes stack that satisfies. What is going on? Yeah, disconnected from server. That's not surprising. So I've found the recipe that satisfies call. I don't know how that would be different. The codes were the same. What happened with the satisfies call? I wonder if I did. How does it work on my local? Like, how does it work on my local system? Okay, try this again. Still found the recipes. 56, apparently. Input slot, ingot copper, mold slot with the recipe. MP recipe, output. Metal plate, copper. But the mold slot is titanium. Yep. So F11. And I can't F11 on this. Game ingot copper. Ingredient.item stack. Game ingot copper. How are these not? How is this not satisfied on that? How is that possible? Okay. Well, I have a starting point. So if that is a fundamental problem with that recipe, or if that matches call, let's go to definition. How is the base game doing this? Recipe.output.resolved item stack. So it's going like backwards. It's going from the output to satisfy output slot that no. I gotta look at a proper matching satisfies as ingredient. Checks whether or not the input satisfies as an ingredient for the recipe. There's the satisfy. This satisfies the input stack. Input satisfies as an ingredient for the recipe. So I could do it. Instead of this call, if not ingredients of 0, which is the input stack, dot resolved item stack dot satisfy satisfies as ingredient source stack dot item stack. Okay, can I debug the client-side code if it's different from the server? MP recipe. No, no. What? I already did that. So here. So yeah, this is gonna have to load. It's gonna take a second. It might not let me. I'm gonna guess it's not gonna let me. It's gonna see the checksums of the two DLLs are different. But maybe it might work. Yeah, 56 metal press recipe. I thought for sure when we tested this in single player mode, and it was 55. I thought for sure it was, but I could be. I mean, that's just bizarre, but it is what it is. How it would suddenly have an extra recipe, I don't know, but whatever. Save and leave. Multiplayer. Is it gonna let me? Nope. What? Memory is corrupt? Really? Yeah, it did not like that at all. Not one bit. Going to be a nightmare trying to test that then. But I mean, it answered one question I had, which is, does the client get those recipes? And 100% they do. So that call to the recipes is returning all the recipes, even though it looks like there's an extra one. So the big question is now, does this give me the same result? Why would this not? The other thing to look at, and I could just do something like this, and then do another check. If ingredients of 0 dot satisfies as ingredient, do something. I don't know what to do. Return true, I guess. Well, let's do this and then false. Right? So that is, if this is false, then try this line. Okay. So check stack size. I want to do true on this, even though that's the default value. Ingredients of 0, which is basically just a code for an ingredient that satisfies as an ingredient to this stack, which I can't imagine a situation where this wouldn't return true if they're both, copper ingots. The fact that this line failed really surprised me. That really surprised me. Because this is a grid recipe. He's using the dot satisfies, so yeah, I can't use this matches for crafting because you have to pass in a grid recipe, and none of my recipes are grid recipe types. So I had to kind of roll and then reinvent the system here. But build, rebuild, and then metal press. I guess I could try it. At the very least, try it on my local machine. Make sure that it still gives me good output. I do have to fix the error with the combustible props. That's a JSON thing. That's easy to fix. I should recreate my mod test world just because. Anyway, let's look at this now. Okay. copper, titanium, F11. Okay. See, before, this would immediately go in because this actually. So now it skips it. Now we test to see the require slot, which is so this is actually going to return false. And then this one. Yeah, this one should be the true because requires is any press mold is wildcard, requires variance, and then the variants that I'm looking at are all of these: iron, meteorite, iron, steel, titanium, and this return true. So now it should go in here. And it crafted it already because when you debug, there's a lot of ticks that go on behind the scenes. Okay, so matches variance. Okay. So we know, at least in single player mode, this runs it fine. It finds the ingredient, no problem. Let me fix that issue with the item types, parts, metal rod. The errors were this. You have to be specific about the domain these go in. Yeah, I added combustible props to the metal rods. So you could smelt them back into ingots at a 4-to-1 ratio. But yeah, I wanted to have combustible props so you could heat these up. That's how you heat them up on the forge. So, so that takes care of that little bug. So if this recipe metal press is broken, that means all these other recipes are all broken as well. But we know the sawmill works. I put things in there, and if we go to this matches, it's the same. It's the same thing. So why when I put a log into the sawmill does this work, but a copper ingot into the metal press doesn't? First, satisfies this that class ID. It's looking at the attributes. This dot stack is subset of. What does that mean? H3 attribute is subset of. Implemented by. Returns true if a given tree contains all of the elements of this one, but a given tree may contain also more elements. So that means the given stack has to have at least the same attributes of the other stack. Which was the stack passed in. So that is a very specific, that call that is subset of. So the resolved item stack, what could be happening is the resolved item stack might not have, it probably doesn't have any attributes, but the ingot that I was holding, that I was putting in, did have attributes. And depending on the order of operations, like if you pass in one that has no attributes, then its subset of should be easy to find. Because, you know, obviously there are no attributes. Turn false. So what could have been happening was, yeah, just the attribute flip. Because, like, let's say you have an ingot of copper, and it has a temperature rating, right? Because if you pick it up or something like that, and the ingot of copper in the game could have an attribute, but the resolved item stack for the recipe does not have any attributes. So there's a very important order of operations in which to look, which order to look at them. And the reason why, like, the sawmill works is a log really doesn't have any attributes on it, right? There's not a temperature attribute. Like, couldn't imagine an attribute on a log, which is why this is fine. But it's still in the opposite. It's still in the reverse order. So if I am able to get this to work, and I'd like to test it, if you guys are okay with that, I'm gonna have to. I really hate to do this, but I'm gonna rebuild.
Gotta reboot the server or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart the server with this new version.
I can pick up on my project when we restart.
Yeah, it's literally going to be down for 2 minutes.
Yep.
Um. And I'm going to have to give you guys a version of this just to test. So let me drag this in, even though it's the same version number. It's just, I mean, it's literally 2 lines of code that are different, but I can't connect to the server. It does
Should
not.
we disconnect right now?
Yeah,
or-
go ahead and disconnect.
We're both off.
Um,
I'm gonna get something to drink. Be right back.
story data. Vintage engineering. Drag this over. Oh no, I have to do copy and paste. Copy. So glad you can do this now. God, what a nice change. I remember the days when you had to like boot up an FTP program and FTP a new file to a server, and it was just a royal pain in the ass to try to update servers and stuff. Now you can just open a remote desktop, copy it, and paste it. Like, it's super easy. Okay, so this new version also has that fix for the miss. Okay, I'm glad I fixed that, because now I'm not going to get those errors when I boot it up. Okay, so let's hope and pray boots up fine. It takes a hot minute. Cut this. Actually, I'm just going to delete this because I need to debug it. Okay, let's see. Middle press breakpoint is still in here. Damn it, it's not. Let's put one here with a condition of ingredients of 0 dot resolved item stack dot code code dot path dot contains ingot copper. Okay. Yep. Server's back up. Now, fingers crossed. I hope to God this fixes it. It would be so funny if this was just the backwards order of operation. It would be like, I just did it in reverse or something. It's going to take a hot minute to load it up.
I'm back.
He's back. I have to exit this. Load in here. Okay, I'm seeing it trying to log in, so that's good. This is one of those kind of bugs that's just like, you just want to pound your head against the wall and be like, why is this thing? Why are you comparing attributes? Thought I saw lightning. It literally like froze in time when there was a lightning bolt. Okay. Boom. Ingredients, resolved item stack, ingot copper, F10, F10. Ingredients is 0. Resolved item stack is copper. Are we going to be... Oh my god. It works.
Very nice. Are we clear to log in?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, it worked. Unfreaking believable. But it's not up. Why is the UI not updating? Game? All the generators are out of juice. Wait, there's probably fuel up here. Let's see. Yeah, there is. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, it works. Yep. So that is the bug. How? Okay. So I'm guessing. Yeah, see the attributes on this? There's a bunch of attributes on this copper ingot in here. I wonder if I was capable of finding a copper ingot that had no attributes on it. Do all of these have an attribute? I think all of these, if I put one in here. Okay, so let me test to see, just to double, triple, quadruple verify this. This has attributes. Temperature, temperature last update, etc. When I put it in here, the recipe, the attribute doesn't exist in the recipe, right? The item stack does not have an attribute. So it's looking at to try to compare the attributes, and if I pass something in with attributes, it's obviously doesn't match the thing that outputs without attributes. But if I pass something in without attributes, give item ingot copper 1, right? So this does not have any attributes. What's the bet, right? If I were a betting man, if y'all are betting people, what do you think the odds are of this working? Right? I would say it's high, but I could be wrong because this is programming and I'm live and shit like this happens. There it is. It works. Crafting metal rod. For some reason the UI isn't updating. Why is that happening? Crafting metal rod. Oh, I don't have any power. This thing is chewing up all my power. Any more? You know what? I'm just gonna burn all the things. Burn it all. Want power. Yeah, even when this thing is out of fuel, if it's above 100C, it still generates power as it cools off. As soon as it drops below 100C, it stops doing that. All right. Yeah, the game, it does behave pretty funny if it doesn't get any power. So there's a few bugs in there to stop, but yeah, as long as it's getting power, it tends to be just fine. So that was the bug. Look at that. We now have metal rods. So if I grab the LV gauge diecast and I swap that out with this, these don't have any, so these should work. Right? Oh, that's so good. That's such a relief to figure that bug out. That was going to drive me batty. That was going to drive me literally crazy. There are times when I'm coding and I'm literally up until 2 in the morning because I find a bug and I have to fix it. Otherwise, I will not fall asleep. It's kind of a diminishing returns though, because there are times where it's like, it's a little bit rough. So I'm guessing this, see, this has a bunch. This is why the nails and strips mold wasn't working. Right? The same problem, because this copper plate, because, the recipe does not have any attributes. Why is this suddenly working? Oh, it's working now because the recipe fixes it. Oh, thank God. And there we go. Nails and strips. And I could take these. Close the box. Thank you. And I could just put them in here. And now it's creating nails and strips. And you can see it uses both outputs. Because the nails and strips, I don't know, do they only stack to like... I don't know, what do they stack to? They stack
16,
to,
I think.
they
But
stack to 32, but why is it putting them in 2 different... Anyway. The fact that it's working. Now I just got to update all of the recipes to do the right order of operations. Excellent. Okay. Now that we fixed that, oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Wow. So yeah, the order of operations matters. Who would have thought? The satisfies goes on the ingredient, not the passed in. Not the passed in ingredient. Not the actual ingredient, like the object you're holding in your hand. Because the ingredient from the recipe has 0 attributes. And the one that's passed in can have attributes, especially temperature. But the other thing that one of the features that I haven't implemented yet is the temperature setting. And that is also going to be more code in all of these recipes. But usually when I implement a feature like that, I implement it for a single machine, and then I basically just be able to copy and paste the feature. Because there's going to be like, if we look at the actual recipes, so the metal press, for example, say for nails and strips, you can see I already have a requires temp on here, and I have a requires temp on there. It's just not implemented yet. But that is another thing, that is another attribute that I can grab of the recipe and then compare the input stack and just grab the temperature, because I don't want to compare directly the temperature. Is this temp equal to that temp, right? Because if it's greater than, and with the floating point value, you saw the the temperature was like this long, right? It was the floating point number was huge. So I can't directly compare like 800 degrees to like 801 point blah 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 blah, right? Those are not equal. So there's some like sort of finagling that you have to do to make sure that it's at least equal to, right? You just be like, I want to get the temperature, but we need a buffer in there, plus or minus or whatever, and that's what that forge is going to be for. So the other bug that I had written down was the forge GUI. Didn't save the setting, but if I do on received client packet, this is right here is what calls the new temp, right? Because the client opens the GUI. The GUI only exists on the client. So any interaction with that needs to be broadcast to the server, right? The server is controlling everything. So when a client sets this, it sends a packet for every notch you move that thing on. It sends a packet to the server, and the server grabs it, and it finds a matching recipe, and then it marks it dirty. And marking it dirty with this true resends the information to the client, and the client updates itself with the new data. And that process uses the tree attributes, and I know that I'm sending the temp goal here. So I'm setting it here, and I'm sending it here. Then I'm updating it with the temp goal. Why isn't it updating when I call on player right click? I'm sending it. Should I send it? Let's see. New GUI forge. Go to definition. Let's do current. Oh no, temp goal equals BE test machine. You can see how long this code has been going. It's still the BE test machine. Dot temp. No. Temp goal I think I have as a private member. But it should update right away with temp goal. Maybe I have to set the slider. Let's grab the slider. So if the single composer is not null, which means it's composing, dot set value temp goal. Okay. Now, because I've fixed that, now I can kind of revert my mod pack that I'm using back. Even though it's like my mod test world is like, it's so bad. Like I've got, because I've been using that test world this whole time, there are literally block positions that I can't use because that position is corrupted, and anything placed in that position just does not work. Like you put something there and the machine is like, it doesn't even work because that block position is so corrupted because of, yeah. So I've had to like move around where I'm testing because of that problem. It's funny.
Hey, Buggy, you want to hear something funny?
What's that?
I just found a meteor.
Uh-oh.
I
Okay.
got 471 pieces from it.
No way.
Yes way. It was huge.
Should have taken a screenshot. Wow. That is by far, that is exponentially larger than any other meteor I've ever found. Like exponentially larger. 10x. No, 100x almost. Like the most I've ever gotten of the bits, because you get 2 to 3 bits out of every node. Most of the time you get 2 or 1. Like 3, I think, is exceptionally rare. So 400 bits is like...
Hang on. I missed particles. Hang on. I found more.
Oh,
Like, take a screenshot of the whole. Giggity.
snicker.
So let's see. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, sir. I fixed the bug. All right. Let's see if the Forge UI issue has been fixed. Should have been fixed. What I'm hoping it doesn't do is I'm hoping it doesn't like cause issues when you use the slider. I'm hoping it doesn't like the server doesn't like override you and it like jumps around. Let me place down the Forge again. Okay, 875. Damn it. Nope. Yep, there it is. It just takes a hot minute. Okay, how do I make that not so shitty? Yeah, that delay is nah, no. Not good enough. So what I can do is I can add let's see when I compose the dialogue, what value do I set? Add slider, set values. I do set it to here. So what I could do on the constructor, well, do I want to make that a public? That would be the easiest thing to do, but see, I set this to private. Do protected maybe, and then go to GUI Forge. Go temp goal equals BE test machine dot no internal. It might have to be. There it is. Protect, like, it's sometimes it's hard to know what would you call? I forgot the name of the domain. It's not the domain. There's a word for if something is public, private, protected, internal. I can't remember what it's called. I mean, I knew 30 years ago when I was in college. What?
Scope is one word.
Scope. There we go.
Yep.
That's okay. Yes, the scope. Thank you.
Yep.
My brain just wasn't there.
Yeah.
So a private thing is only within that object, right? So this GUI Forge, these private things are not available outside of this object. Protected is available in the object and anything that inherits that object. Okay, that's a protected. An internal, what I used here, internal is the scope is the DLL file. When this compiles into a DLL file, everything involved in that DLL file. And then there is abstract. Abstract is a special one that you cannot declare an instance of an abstract class. An abstract class has to be inherited to be used. So it controls what can use it. And I have a couple of those in here as my base classes for my electrical block entities, right? So abstract, it allows you to declare code. Like there's code in here, but I can't declare an electrical block entity as a type. I can't instantiate one of those. I have to inherit it, which is why it's the base class for all my machines. If I go up here, electric BE is right here, which is a public, which is available to everybody. So that's how that works. So with this, now hopefully when I instantiate this GUI, it should immediately set that value right away. Because that client update, like, that's a client server, like, update tick, and it might take a hot minute. Yeah, there it is. So I can set this to, like, 1375, and bam, there it is. 200, yep. Okay. So that takes care of that little bug, thank goodness. Oh, thank God. Now, the only other bug was this damn generator. The animation just never stops. So let's close a bunch of these. I like fixing bugs. It gives me a sense of accomplishment for the day. It's funny, you know, all the streams that we do, I get done with even with a 7-hour stream, and I'm eating dinner, and I don't feel like I accomplished anything because I didn't code at all. So it's nice to have a little bit of coding at the end of these streams, just so I can feel like, you know, progress was made. So yeah, come for the exploration and discovery of the Resonance Archive, and stay for the wonderful C# code. So much stuff to close. All right, LV generator. So what controls the animation is the state change call. That's really what does it. State change, if it's on, it's running the animation. Otherwise, the animation stops. On means it's actively doing something. So, what we need to do is look at the burn tick, right? So, this is different in terms of like a regular machine has recipes and has recipe progress, right? So there's definitely things that manage recipes. And that's why an animation for a machine right now is on, even if it's out of power, if it has a recipe. If a machine is completely out of power, you put an ingredient in and it's valid and there's a recipe, the animation will play. That is let's not call that a bug, let's call that a
feature.
A feature that hasn't been improved, right? It's a legacy feature. I do have another state that I added to account for those, which is paused. So you now, before I had on, off, and sleeping, right? And it was very, very basic. On was just enabled or disabled, right? There's a button in the GUI that you can turn it off, right? Just boom, turn the thing off. That overrides everything. It doesn't even accept power, right? If a machine is off, it is dead to the world. It doesn't receive power. It doesn't give power. It doesn't do anything. But if it's enabled, if it's on, and not crafting, if it has no valid recipe, then it's sleeping. If it has a valid recipe, then it's on. And that's what enables the thing. So I had to add another state, which is paused. And paused, again, it's on. It wants to craft, but something is interfering with that. That something can be a couple different things. It could be their output is full, right? It's on, it's got an ingredient, but the output is full. It cannot proceed. That would be paused. And as well as if it's out of power, it would be paused. I was debating whether to add another state as out of power. And that would be a lot easier to report to the GUI as, hey, I'm out of power, right? But it's a lot, like, if it's paused, I can already check to see if it's out of power. That's an easy check. If current power is equal to zero or whatever, like, that's an easy check. It wouldn't be equal to 0. It would be like less than 5 or something like that, right? It would be like very, very low. But even if it's super low, right? It's not. It wouldn't be. It still wouldn't operate because it needs a minimum amount of power to do a tick, a crafting tick. So on burn tick, this is running again 10 times a second. That's the tick rate of all my machines, is 10 ticks per second. I think that is plenty fast. It's half the tick rate of Minecraft, which is an insane tick. Like 20 ticks per second is way overboard. Like a human being cannot comprehend a 20th of a second. A tenth of a second is still beyond really most people. Like it's a tiny amount of time. So on burn tick, if we're sleeping, this is what lowers the tick rate. If current power does not equal max power. So this, what's the other end of this? Power is full. We set it to sleep. Okay. That's fine. And then the change temperature, I could pull in the environment temp now that I know how to do that, but the default in the game is 20 degrees. Current power does not equal max power. Fuel burn time is greater than 0. So fuel burn time, we have space for power and no build time, or no burn time. Gen temp is not equal to 20. Can do burn. I think in here I want to do another state change. Yeah. I want to sleep. Here. Right? We have states for power, but no fuel to burn. So we need to go to sleep. Fuel burn time is less than or equal to 0 for blah, 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 blah. Can do burn is just all that does is really look at the input slot and see if there's burn, like if there's combustible stuff in the burn slot. Anything combustible, literally anything that has combustible props and a burn duration, right? You can't put like ingots in there because while they have combustible props, they don't have a burn duration. They don't have burn temperature, burn duration. It's a different subset of combustible props. But anything with a burn time or a fuel value it'll burn. If fuel burn time is greater than 0, or gen temp is greater than temp to gen. Okay, so temp to gen is 100 degrees. I could expose that to JSON pretty easily, but right now it's just 100 degrees. And I'm checking the gen temperature. So this is the temperature of the generator. If this is greater than the temperature to generate, I could probably do greater than or equal to. Right? So it's on. So if current power, okay. So if it's full, do this. Go to sleep. This check, this, okay, this is what's doing it. This is what's keeping it on, because give neighbors power is called regardless of what's going on. This is old legacy code. Used power greater than 0. So what I could do is I could return bool from this. And then at the bottom here, if used power is greater than 0, return true. Else, return false. So what this does is essentially, if we actually gave some power to our neighbors, then return true. Otherwise, return false, meaning we didn't give any power to neighbors. Then up here, I can do if give neighbors power, state change on. Meaning, if we gave our neighbors power, stay on. Else, well, yeah. Else don't do anything, because we likely set it up here somewhere, right? We likely set the burn up here in some place. So now let's go to state change and double check that. If it's on, do the animation. Otherwise stop the animation. And it only does this on the client. If animation util does not equal 0. Or not equal null. So we F5 that. And look at that. The generator is not generating. If we put some fuel in there, it's not generating. Okay. And if we take, do I have another? Oh, I do have another ingot right there. Now this should kick this on. Bingo. You can see it's spinning. It's jiggly wiggly. As soon as it's done, this will fill up. And this will fill up. Does it stop? Yes! It stops. Now, if we put another generator right next to it, it shouldn't start up because it can't give power to this. Bingo. Right? So this, while it's a neighbor machine, so I could do this and it would start it back up again because this thing can give power to neighbors, right? I wanted that functionality to remain in there because a lot of people would expect that behavior. A lot of people, especially if you're used to Minecraft mods. But this should fill up, and then this should stop again. Oh, thank God. That is so nice. And then just on a whim, do I have a thing? Do I have a log? I do have a log. Let's put a log in there. Wink. And pop. And you could, if you wanted to, wire this to this, right? You know, wire them up, and then put a chute on the side of this. Put this on top of the chute. Give this a stack of logs, which produces firewood, and it would literally produce the firewood, and it would push the firewood into this, right? Or you could, I don't know how you would distribute it. There's really no real good way of having chutes like drop into multiple things or having them split stacks, which is why I'm going to basically replicate the pipes mod and be able to do that with pipes. I'll probably do, I don't know, I'll probably do that as a separate mod. I'm thinking possibly maybe. That way people don't yell at me and be like, I want this to be a separate mod. Didn't that save? That was set to 0, right? So that's set to 850. Let's see. 850. 850. Single player. Mod test world. This would be very weird if it didn't save. Okay. Whew. It did save it. Good. Good. All right. That's all the bugs fixed. Like, there's just no more bugs, people. Oh, shit. Why did this crash? Attempted to read or write protected memory. That's not a good thing to happen. I just exited the game.
Oof.
GL draw. I don't know why that did that. I don't think that's me that does that. Vintage Story Live. That's weird.
My rooster got killed by a lightning strike.
You only had one rooster?
I have backups.
Okay. Of course.
2, in fact. Actually, I had to check them quick.
So there's this call here. I mean, I kind of want to keep this whole block. So if I run down, I think some of these recipes are not done yet. Yeah, they're not implemented because I haven't done any of the code. I should actually add the matches to the interface, but so the CNC I don't think is done. Yeah, not implemented. That's not done. This is done. Okay, so this is just replacing this line. extruder. I'm going to replace all of these. Grinder isn't done. Kiln is done. Even though I just have one custom recipe for this that people are not going to like. Log splitter. Mixer isn't done yet. Sawmill. And that's it. Excellent. So yeah, the machines that are left, alloy, CNC, coke oven, I'll probably rename that to creosote oven. Because there's already coke oven in the game, and I don't want to step on toes. Grinder. So that's 1, 2, 3. Grinder and the mixer. And there was one other one. I thought. Alloy, CNC, coke, grinder. Yeah. Yep. So, and once all those are ready to go and good to go, that'll basically be the LV tier. And 2 of these, the creosote oven and the alloy oven, will probably be the last ones I do because those are going to be. That's when I dip my toes in the multi. Those two items. So those 2, when I do those, will be probably a couple of weeks because I need to figure out how to do multi blocks. But yeah, those will be really basic, right? The creosote oven, just like an immersive, is just a 3x3x3 cube. Like that's going to be dead simple. So yeah, that's going to be pretty simple there. I don't want the first multi blocks that I try to be super complex. That would be bad. But yeah, so the grinder will probably be the next one, and then the mixer after that introduces me to all the fluid stuff. The CNC probably, that's the clay former copier, shape copier thing. That'll be quite a bit of code, pretty nasty code, but logically pretty simple. Then those other 2, like crazy. But yeah. A lot of great progress this week. So that's going to do it for the stream. I want to thank you all for coming by. If I don't stream Monday or Tuesday, I'm probably deep into the weeds doing something, fixing something. Like if I need to concentrate like really heavily, I can't stream at the same time. But yeah, come back on Wednesday where maybe we'll do a little bit of play, maybe a little building, but I'm thinking we're going to try to code as much as possible and then test the stuff on the server. You know, it's a good test of, you know, how stable it is, how ready for other people to try it, you know, test the wiring system. I didn't see any black wires this time around, so I think that's working, which is fantastic. But anyway, I want to thank you all for coming by. And yeah, thanks to Renegade and Oz and Arm for joining us and for Nominate for use of his server. And I will see you all